Hold up.
We're right back.
All right, we're just going to give Commissioner May a second to go into her office and get something that she needs. So somebody tell a joke.
Right back.
All right, we're just going to give. Oh. Madam Clerk,
Yes, Madam Mayor.
was so formal. Was it new business that we were talking about earlier today?
It was, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you for confirming that.
My pleasure.
If you can't have fun, it's not worth doing. You can take things seriously.
Life
don't-
is too serious to take it seriously.
Thank you. You take it.
That is my philosophy.
You can
one
be
of
serious,
my
but don't let them lose your sense of humor. Once you lose that, they won. And she's back. You're forgiven. It is warm in here.
Madam Mayor, it is 6:04. We are live streaming.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach Regular City Commission meeting of Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. May I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sarah Maliga is absent. Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Is here.
Commissioner Mimi May.
Present.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
What?
As you know, I was away at a conference on Thursday at our last meeting when I was scheduled to give the invocation.
Mhm.
I had requested that we rotate me to do it today. Would that be possible?
No, I'm prepared. Thank you. Okay, let's stand. First, we say a prayer. Let us take a moment to pause and reflect on the responsibility we share as public servants. May we listen carefully, speak thoughtfully, and act with integrity. May our decisions be guided by fairness, compassion, and a sincere desire to serve the entire community. As we begin this meeting, let us remain mindful that our choices affect not only the present, but the future of those we represent. May our work together be productive, respectful, and grounded in cooperation and reality. Thank you. Who's doing the pledge?
Me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, are there any additions, deletions, or reordering from anyone? I have one, but I believe that, yes,
I have
madam.
one as well, Madam
Oh.
Mayor.
Why don't you go first?
Okay, I have two things. There's been a presentation added, a short update actually, by Director of the Electric Utility, Ed Liberty, regarding the impact on the electric system of the cold weather we've been having.
Which was amazingly, thank you, yeah.
And the other is making requests that the entire new business section be
Mhm.
moved to follow the minutes, approval of the minutes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of staff involvement in those, so that would get them out of here a little earlier. And Mr. Brown, what's yours?
Oh, the clerk actually covered the first one. I was going to ask if we could obviously have our electric utility director, if possible, just have that at the beginning of presentations.
Before, after presentations?
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I think after presentation.
Okay. Just to give a little update on what happened over the weekend and what's going on in the state.
Okay. And mine is, we have a 255 page outdoor plan. It's a lot. I've not had the chance to, I admit, I have not had, to read all 255 pages. And it's a lot. This is a big open spaces for the city. So I feel like we would be doing it a disservice if we just tonight, I mean, if we did the resolution that it's in public interest, yes. But in terms of the actual plan, I think there's things that we might want to talk about it. So I don't know how we would handle that. I mean, I would almost like to go to a workshop on this because it's just so much. It's every open space in the city. So if, and I'm looking to the attorney, if we pass the resolution which declared it a public purpose, would that prevent us, I don't think it's accepting the plan. I think it's just saying the plan has a public purpose. Correct me if I'm wrong. Please.
Pulling it up to make sure I give you
Sure.
the right.
And
answer.
Madam Clerk, where do you want to put Mr. Liberty?
Mr. Liberty will be presentation E.
Presentation E. Okay, great.
So the resolution regarding the master plan is to adopt the master plan. So you would, if you're not ready to do that, you would not want to adopt the resolution.
Yeah, I don't know how the others feel, but it's really, it's like 255 pages with charts and graphs. And I just think it's too important to vote on it tonight and have it be done. What's your feedback on that?
Um,
I'm prepared to discuss it, but I mean, if you're not and Sarah's not here, I can see why you would want to postpone it. But
Okay, so that's it. Okay. to post-
I'm okay with postponing it.
Mr.
I was going to ask the same.
Okay, so
so one thing, just to clarify, you know, it is really important for us to read through these things and
Mhm.
not kind of delay them like this at the meeting. We could have done this in pre-agenda.
all 255 pages. I mean,
Well,
and
no, I mean,
we
we-
all just came back from Tallahassee. on
Right, but
Wednesday.
I mean, we had several weeks to look at it.
No, we didn't. So, I mean, I would like, I mean, I think we have consensus to postpone it.
So
Um,
do you want me to make a motion to make all these changes?
okay, I mean, what about workshopping it? Do you think it's worth workshopping
I
and
do.
talking about it?
Yes,
My other two commissioners?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I mean, I hate to ask for another workshop, but I just think this is a big thing for the city.
Workshop, or would you like a special meeting where at the end you guys
Oh.
can actually vote on if you wanted to adopt it or not?
And a special meeting.
They're gonna public comment. Yeah. So public, special meeting
special meeting.
with public comment. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Hate to do it. I don't like to postpone things, but we don't have Sarah here tonight and it is a
okay. You want me to
rather.
make the
Oh,
overall?
please do.
Okay,
Please.
so I'm
Oh,
gonna make,
Mr. McBoy, did you have something else?
I'll
okay, so I'm gonna make the motion to reorder the agenda so that Mr. Liberty is going to present as
I'm
present.
sorry, Madam Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you could just make a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
I understand that, but I
I
was
think she
gonna
wants to be
summarize
specific,
the
yeah,
amendments so that
yeah.
we know what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, forgive me.
That's okay.
You're forgiven.
I would like to make a motion to accept the amended agenda as follows. We will add Mr. Liberty to presentation E. We are going to postpone unfinished A to a special meeting or what is it called? Like redate it? Postpone it to a special meeting. And then we're going to take all of new business A through G and put it after the approval of the minutes, so before public hearings.
Public comment. Oh, yeah, and before public hearings. Yep. All right. Do I have a second?
Not on, excuse me, I'm sorry. On the agenda that was sitting here, it says new agenda, it says unfinished business A. So I have it as B in my book too, but whatever A
It's
was
A
must
now.
be gone.
Yeah.
So we're going to move unfinished business A to a special meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I have a motion. Do I have
Second.
Mr. McBoy second? All in favor?
I,
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Okay, so presentations. We have a presentation from the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office Community Policing Update by Captain Karn. I know, right?
Okay, good evening, Mayor, and all of the commissioners and the city manager. This is our quarterly presentation meeting presented by myself and Lieutenant Clinton Cohen. You can go ahead and move the slide, please. Topics are going to be community policing information, outreach events, problem solving, homeless intervention team, and goals. We did several events over the past 6 to 7 months, but I'm just only gonna focus on a few because we had many. We covered the anti-bully Lego mentoring program. We did crime prevention presentations and monthly community outreach with ESOL. We did the PBSO Unity Cup 2025, downtown Lake Worth Beach cleanup, Santa at Highland Elementary School, City of Lake Worth Beach Christmas Parade, Christmas gift, PBSO PAL Back to School Bash. Move the slide, please. We did the anti-bully Legos mentoring program at 3 schools, North Grade K through 8, Barton Elementary School, and Lake Worth South Grade School. We partnered with local schools, gifting students with Lego sets. Crime prevention presentations and monthly community outreach with ESOL. Great way to share safety information, building trust, and connecting with residents with helpful resources. PBSO Unity Cup 2025. Members of the community and PBSO deputies came together for the Unity Cup, a friendly soccer match that strengthened relationships, encouraged teamwork, and celebrated community unity. I'm going to say the team on the right in the green. Yes. I mean, everyone won. Everybody won. So downtown Lake Worth Beach cleanup. So youth from the PBSO PAL program and the community policing unit teamed up to clean up downtown Lake Worth Beach, showing pride in their community and commitment to keeping public spaces safe and welcoming. This was a great event. Santa at Highland Elementary School. Santa visited Highland Elementary School with the community policing unit, spreading holiday cheer and creating special moments for students and staff. City of Lake Worth Beach Christmas Parade. This is one of the biggest events here in the city outside of the street painting. Various units within PBSO came together for the Christmas Parade, proudly representing the city while spreading holiday cheer throughout the community. Christmas gift event. Deputies came together to shop for and deliver special holiday gifts, helping make Christmas brighter for deserving students in our community.
I'm going to chime in on that because I go to that every year. The PBSO has a Christmas party for the kids.
Yes.
It is spectacular. The
Yes.
kids are there. They've asked for their names on presents
Yep.
and they're interacting with the sheriffs and it's decorated. And I go every year. I suggest all of us go because it really is an opportunity to see the police interacting with the kids. It's
Yep.
wonderful. Thank you.
And also we have a Christmas trees that each shift will decorate for the kids, and then the kids vote on it every year.
There's food giveaways.
Yeah, and it's food giveaways. We bring in pet animals, monkeys, different, animals, for the kids to play with. Yeah. So through this Christmas outreach event, our deputies turned kindness into action by surprising local students with thoughtful gifts and support. Back to School Bash. Once again, the PBSO PAL Back to School Bash created a fun and welcoming space where students receive backpacks, supplies, and support to start the year with confidence. At the PAL Back to School Bash, deputies, volunteers, and families worked together to make sure kids had the tools and motivation they needed for a stronger school year. Lola, she brought smiles and comfort to students to the Back to School Bash, creating fun, positive moments while connecting with kids in the community. So we proudly introduce our new therapy dog here to the city of Lake Worth Beach. Yes. She brings comfort, support, and positive connections to our community. Now I can go more in depth about the therapy dog, but I'm just going to leave it right there. But she does a lot of good work. These dogs, we have them throughout our agency, throughout different parts of the county. And they're really effective, especially when it comes to trauma. They can really ease a victim, whether a child, adult, or a teenager. Just gives them some comfort, some support. No, it's okay. Yeah, so this is an excellent program that we have here at the sheriff's office. This was actually started back in 2021. So we have now about how many dogs do you think we have now? What?
Don't quote me on it, I think 15.
Yeah, 15. All right. Yeah, so we have 15 dogs throughout the county. Yep. Okay, yeah. Highly effective, highly effective.
Sorry for the distraction.
No, it's okay. Where are we at now? All right, so you can move to the next slide. So these are some of the events that she was used at throughout the city. She's been here now with us about 4 months, 3 to 4 months. All right, so now we'll move to the homeless intervention team. All right, District 14 currently has 1 full-time deputy assigned to the homeless intervention team. But in November 2025, we added a second hit deputy on a month-to-month basis to address issues in the evenings. That's where we were kind of lacking at a little bit. We needed some coverage in the evenings because what we try to do is we try to allow road patrol to stay handling road patrol issues. So now we have a dedicated person in the evenings, and then he'll be handling a lot of these issues so road patrol can focus on the normal everyday calls. We also have our community policing unit. We have a street crimes unit. But like I said, they're focusing on other things as well. So additionally, on each of our 4 road patrol shifts, we have a designated deputy trained in homeless interventions who serves as a liaison on each shift. So homeless intervention and assessment operations. We conduct monthly homeless intervention operations with the Palm Beach County Outreach Team. We do this every month. We've been doing that now for probably the last 7 or 8 months. So here's some photos. Yes, here in the city of Lake Worth Beach. And as everybody knows, we'll make this clear. Homelessness is not a crime, not at all. So our approach is to try to get them services and get them help. That's our first approach with everything. So here's some more pictures of different operations that we've done with them. 1 second. All right. Encampments cleared. These are just some examples of some encampments that we've cleared. I think we've done probably 35 big ones. We've done a lot of small ones, but the ones that were big, about 35. One at 602 South Dixie Highway, one at 920 South 8th Street. So this is something that we do along with the city to where we go and clean up some of the areas to make the city look beautiful, ultimately. But the individuals that are living in these areas, we're going to always try to get them services. That's priority because we understand that, once again, people sometimes are just in unfortunate situations. So we do everything we can to try to get them the services that are available. We do that. Okay, donated bicycles. Our homeless intervention team collects, repairs, and restores donated bicycles to provide safe, reliable transportation for individuals experiencing homelessness in our community. So we get a bike that's donated. If it needs to be fixed up, we'll go and get it fixed up, and then we'll hand it out to a person in need. So people who don't have any transportation, we'll hand it over to them. Most of the people are people who are experiencing homeless issues.
Captain Kern, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What if somebody was sitting here thinking, I have an extra bike or two in my garage?
Yes,
What would they do?
they
if They
can.
would like to donate it.
They can contact me, or they can contact a non-emergency line. We'll get Deputy Lasso to come and pick it up, and then we'll take it from there.
Could they just drop it off at the station?
Yes, but they would have to call us first. Yep. And then we will take it. Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. So homeless intervention team deputy, some of the work that we've done. Yes, we can focus on the trespass, one of those things, but no, tonight we're going to focus on the services that we provide under community policing. So overall services provided since May 5th, 2025, client engagement, 462 contacts, FIRs, 232. Housing and stability, shelter placements, we did 25. Encampments cleared, 35. Transportation and mobility, bus passes distributed, 77. Travel aid, relocation assistance, 11. You have somebody who needs to be relocated or reunified with their family. They live in another state. They live in another county. We will provide funding to get them where they need to go, a bus ticket, maybe even a plane ticket as well, to get them where they need to go.
FIRS.
I was just about
Oh.
to say, for those who might not know,
FIR,
IRS, the 232.
At the bottom, field interview.
Yes, fill interview reports. Yes. Yeah, I knew y'all would ask that. That's why.
What's the difference between a contact and a field interview report?
Okay, contact is mainly when we come in contact with somebody who's seeking services, somebody who needs services pretty much. Hey, I need this, I need help or whatever. FRR is when we're doing like a interview on scene because we suspect that they're possibly engaged in something illegal.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much to sum it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so bicycles donated, we did 8. Documentation and legal support, identification cards issued. We didn't issue them, but we took them to the DMV and we helped them get their ID card. 149. Homeless declarations issued, 201. This means that people who qualify stating that they are homeless. So then they're given a declaration, and then the Palm Beach County outreach team can follow up with them. When the service is available, they can actually get on the list and then get in when it's open. Health and recovery, drug and alcohol treatment, 15. Oh, sorry, I missed a section. Birth certificates. We also help individuals get their birth certificate. We'll drive them down there and help them as well if we need to. Drug and alcohol treatments, 15. Public safety compliance, trespass warnings, 19 were done by the homeless intervention team deputy. So, community policing and our HIT goals. Ongoing engagement and active participation in city-sponsored and community events. We're going to keep doing that. Continue operations throughout the city to include the parks and other areas designated as hotspots. Start a ministerial advisory group to enhance communication and cooperation between faith leaders and law enforcement. Those are our goals for community policing. Any questions?
I have a comment.
Sure.
This afternoon, Commissioner May and I were down at For the Children. They're
Yes.
seeking a grant, and it was like they were being interviewed by 20 people, the grant administrators. And one of the things that came off so strongly was the ties and the good relationship that PBSO has with the kids in our neighborhoods.
Yes.
That it's, like whatever's going on out there with all that other stuff, the relationship with PBSO and our community is solid. And, we hope that nothing kind of interferes with that, because y'all do a really good job with that. And I apologize for the world if anything's interfering with that relationship.
Okay.
But thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Segridge, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. So the ratios for the homeless intervention team seem to be a lot better this quarter in terms of contacts to services rendered. It seems like that really jumped. What do you attribute that to? Is it just we had more personnel by adding the additional deputy?
Oh yeah, definitely, because we added a second person. So it increased. And plus we're doing the operations too every month too. So, we have a big team that goes out. The homeless outreach team is probably like 6 or 7 people along with the HIT officer. And we have other deputies that also assist as well. So I'm going to say most of it just related to just more staff as well, but also our homeless intervention team deputy, he's busy. Like he's pretty much getting calls all day long. Every email I get about a homeless issue, it goes to him. Every phone call I get, it goes to him. So we're pretty busy.
And could you explain for us just a little bit, when they do go out there for that call, let's say, someone is talking about someone in the park at night or an encampment, what's their first go-to? Are they going out there full force enforcing, or are they going out there trying to help them first? How are they dealing with that?
Well, if they're violating a city ordinance and it's after hours, if they're violating a city ordinance, or if they're committing a crime, then we have to enforce that. But if they're not doing that, we're going to always try to get them help. But a deputy can use their discretion. We do have the power of discretion. A deputy can do that. They can use their discretion. So we take things on a case-by-case basis. But lately, if a person is in the parks after hours, we are enforcing it, by the city ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your efforts with the homeless intervention team.
Yes.
And I've met Deputy Lasso, spoken with
Yes.
him. I want to thank you for that.
Okay.
Coming back to the community policing and community involvement,
Yes.
please take this well.
Yeah.
Because it's intended positively, but I get a sense that in our community, parts of the community are simply not aware of the reality for a big part of our community. Terror and daily fear and wondering whether your parent will come home or whether you'll make it safely to school is very much a part of the daily reality for a big chunk of our community. And it's not because they see ghosts under the bed or they're paranoid or they're conspiracy theorists or they're reading the news from other parts of the country. It's because they know families where the mother of 4 kids is sitting in Arizona, somebody who's lived here and worked here and paid her taxes and helped out with the police department and other things for 30 years. And so I think it's important to be aware, for instance, when PBSO goes with uniformed folks to a school, the intent is to be a Santa or to communicate with ESOL people, but there are people who are scared, hopeless. Oh my God, law enforcement is on campus. It's important to be aware of how deep that is. And I very much appreciate the efforts that PBSO puts in and that our commission applauds of trying to maintain good relations with the community. But please, please be aware that people in the community and around the country there's a tendency, a human tendency to lump law enforcement. So whether you're ICE, whether you're Florida Highway Patrol, whether you're marked car, whether you're unmarked, whether you're PBSO, whether you know that PBSO has 287G involvement, whether you know that there are deputies trained in enforcement things, whether you know or don't know all those things, the average person who's at risk, which is not just folks that maybe don't have full paperwork, but it's folks that look a certain color or speak a certain way, all of those folks and some of our regular old native-born Americans are living in a good deal of fear. And so those efforts and giving away bicycles and backpacks and all that are nice, but be aware of how serious the level of fear is. And it's justified, not necessarily justified of being afraid of PBSO, but it's justified about being afraid of law enforcement and sometimes unlawful law enforcement.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, if I could just comment to that.
please.
One thing I always tell the deputies, treat people as if it was your own family member, especially when you're dealing with victims. Treat them like it's your own family member. That's the difference. So that's how each deputy has to gauge himself, but we have policies and procedures in place. But I can assure the citizens here of Lake Worth Beach, we're not doing raids. We're not showing up on job sites. We're not going to schools. We're not going to churches. We're not doing that. To be honest with you, yes, we have our obligations that we have to follow via state statute. I'm going to make that clear. We have things in place, but that's not something that we even discuss in our lineups. It's not something we even give out to the deputies. Hey, go out and do this X one. No, we're not doing that. We're out here focusing on the crimes and trying to help people.
And I think we can work under the assumption that the Palm Beach County sheriffs in Lake Worth are well aware of what's going on out there, sensitive to it. And I think that's why I said earlier, it's very important for us as commissioners and for the sheriff to continue to make that differentiation between what's going on out there, which has nothing to do with PBSO. Because, you know, you might make light of the fact that they go to the school, but that's really important.
Yes.
So I thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, now I have a proclamation. But,
Madam-
oh, I'm
Just got
sorry.
a real quick thing. I just wanted to really thank Captain Karn and Lieutenant Cohen because they get quite a number of calls from myself and the deputy city manager on many issues. They're extremely responsive. We load you guys up with a lot of things, but they're doing some pretty incredible things, and we've really seen a big uptick since they've come on board.
Yeah.
As
And it's
far as
very,
what they've been
yeah,
able to
it's
do. in
so
the community,
unfortunate
so.
that people will want to lump them in with the other things that are going on. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, We have three proclamations. And this one starts out, happy 100th birthday. 2026 marks a milestone of both progress and persistence in the United States, the 100th anniversary of federal recognition for Black Americans. What began as a singular week of learning and recognition has grown into an overall cultural observance of Black history throughout the month of February. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month was created in 1926 by Carter G. Woodson, a prominent African-American historian, scholar, educator, and publisher, with a simple yet ambitious goal: to integrate African-American history into educational curricula, public libraries, local churches, and communities across the country. He envisioned this week not as a symbolic gesture, but as a permanent shift in how America viewed and understood itself. And whereas, for the centennial theme, A Century of Black History Commemorations, the founders of Black History Month urged the nation to explore the impact and significance of Black history and the commemoration of Black lives in transforming the condition of Black people in the modern world. Black history is American history, and remembering it strengthens us all. Whereas Black History Month is often associated with well-known iconic figures, but its true purpose is to unearth thousands of stories that were once ignored. Scientists, entrepreneurs, artists, academics, inventors, political leaders, soldiers, and ordinary citizens who contributed to shaping the nation. Woodson warned, if a race has no history, it has no worthwhile tradition. It stands in danger of being exterminated. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach celebrates the ongoing contribution to our community, the state, the country, and the world, and continues to work towards becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens, past, present, and future, are respected and recognized for their contributions. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the City of Lake Worth Beach, in accordance with the nationwide observance of the same, and urge all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage, arts, and culture, and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. In witness, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this third day of February 2026. Miss Lowe, are you coming up for this one? And I love that, we're talking about Black History Month and preserving history, Black history in our community. We have little control over what's going on in the outside world, but here we continue to honor the Black history, and we have such a deep history in our city. So, Ms. Lowe, would you like to address our commission? Thank you. Use the mic. Turn it on first. I love your t-shirt, your shirt. There you go. It's on.
It's on?
Yep.
Oh. I wear this shirt. My husband played with the Negro League.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Go Brady.
And it was so surprising. Last year, my son and I went to Birmingham, Alabama, to the museum for the Black Negro League. And we was walking around in there, and all of a sudden I saw this wall goes all the way back, and it had their baseball. Every player back there, they had their baseball there. I said, well, there's no way we can find Grady Zone up there. And all of a sudden, my son found out of all those balls, he found Grady's baseball. So we're very proud of
I
that.
hope you took a lot of pictures.
Yes. But we want to thank you for the proclamation. And as you said, our community and our city is a salad bowl. That's what I always said. And we do celebrate everybody. We're all Americans.
Mhm.
And I just like to say, while I'm standing up here too, which I was going to wait, but I wanted to say that our MLK this year was wonderful. We fed over close to 400 people there, and everything went so well. And I want to say thank you to our commissioners and our residents here of the city of Lake Worth with our scholarship. This was the first time that we had about 25 students that volunteered. They called in from everywhere to volunteer, and It was one of our biggest years, and we raised close to $5,000 for the scholarship. And I want to thank our commissioners because they were 100% supportive and participated and contributed. And I just like to say to Commissioner May, she was outstanding in our support for our MLK scholarship. And we really appreciate, and our commissioner here too, and our mayor and my commissioner, Sarah. But we want to say thank you, and we appreciate all that you do for our community and our city. And you all have been very, very supported and helpful in all ways, and especially in our district, to our community, and especially the Osborne community. And we really appreciate it. And I was here to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
And thank you and thank the committee. Please go back and thank the committee because it's a lot of work to put that together. Thank you. You want a picture? You want a picture? You want a picture? We want a picture. Somebody get a camera. Oh, we're all set. Those of you that don't know it, Rita Lowe was a long-standing, long-serving.
50 years here and 14 years on the committee.
14 years on the commission. You might want that. Thank you.
You guys want to stay for the picture? Yeah, we might as well just do that right now. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Because she's done. Is she done with her comments? Okay, perfect. Beautiful. I love it. Gorgeous. Rather than make you run up and run back down.
Yes, well, come on. That'll be together. Thanks. Thank you. And if you've ever needed services, 211 is a remarkable organization. Proclamation. Whereas 211 Palm Beach and Treasure Coast has responded to more than 3 million calls to the 211 helpline since its inception in 1971 and receives over 120,000 requests for help each year. And whereas 211's highly trained and accredited team continues to serve as frontline responders 24 hours a day, every day of the year, including times of disaster and great uncertainty. And whereas 211 provides free, confidential, and 24/7 access to life-saving crisis intervention, suicide prevention, emotional support, and community navigation services year-round. And whereas the mental health of many in our community is at risk due to challenges with health, addiction, and a lack of basic needs such as housing, utility payments, food, and transportation. 211's team handles every request with compassion and empathy, de-escalating crisis situations and helping people to navigate community resources to overcome everyday struggles and life's darkest moments. And whereas 211 also offers specialized advocacy and support programs to groups who face a higher risk crisis, including seniors, veterans, and first responders, and children with developmental delays and other special needs. And whereas 211 is the regional responder for the national 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, the Florida Veterans Support Line, and other special projects designed to help people facing unique crisis situations. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim February 11th through the 17th, 2026 as 211 Awareness Week in the City of Lake Worth, and urge all citizens to be aware that 211 is available by phone, text, email, or online chat 24 hours a day for anyone seeking help with everyday challenges or crisis situations. The 211 team also helps people connect to local resources for mental health counseling, substance use disorder, healthcare, employment, food, housing, daycare, legal services, and so much more. A witness I have here to set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this third day of February 2026. And we thank you.
I want to thank you so much for supporting our proclamation year after year, Mayor Resch and the commission here. We are kind of that best kept secret that we don't want to keep a secret. We want people to know that we're here for them 24/7. And I know we're on a time crunch, but last year we had over 125,000 individuals reach out to us for help through our 5-county area. Of that, we had 52,000 that were struggling with mental health and substance use disorder. We had 6,400 suicide concern calls, which is great. That's good because that means they're reaching out to us and they're not a statistic with the medical examiner. So that's important that we get that word out. But we also had 36,000 calls requesting housing, affordable housing, whether they were losing their housing, looking for something less expensive, or struggling with eviction, et cetera. So we're there for that piece where we don't have all the answers, but we're a good starting point to help them get connected to those resources. And I think we discussed through the proclamation, which makes we're so busy, and we're just glad to be of service to the community. We're glad to be that compass. And I want to thank you for having us again. And I'm going to cut it short because I know you have a really packed agenda. So thank you so much again.
And
Really
thank you for
appreciate it.
doing what you do, Ms. May.
I just have a quick statement, I guess. On the back of each one of the students in Palm Beach County
Mhm.
schools ID has the 211 number.
Really?
Yes. And actually many, many years ago, before that became implemented, I was trying to push to get that to happen.
Wow.
And just ironically, as it always happens, there are other people thinking the same thing, but the actual governor's wife did implement that. So they have the 988 information and the 211 right close to their heart if they're wearing it
And they have
as a
to wear it
lanyard.
every day. Each student has to wear one no matter what school you go to.
Well, it just depends. Some of the kids are really smart now. They have the barcode on their phone, so they don't even have their
Oh.
ID out. But
Well, they're not
but-
supposed to have their phone.
but anyway, but this is throughout the county. But at any rate, we're just glad to be there for these kids in need. People could call us if they just want to talk as well. So on top of the services we have, we're there for that piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have used, here's your proclamation. Go ahead and applaud. Yeah. Every time I've called for a client, somebody has helped. It's really remarkable. Thank you so much. Last but not least, a proclamation regarding homelessness. Is someone here from the Lord's Place? Yes, yeah, there you are, sir. Whereas, as you well know, homelessness is a serious social and economic problem affecting all levels of our society. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach and the Lord's Place recognize that housing is a basic human right and that all people deserve a place to call home. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach, the Lord's Place are partners in collaborating to provide that respect and pathway to a brighter future for the men, women, and families who are homeless in our community. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach extends its appreciation to the Lord's Place for its leadership on this critical social issue and its wide array of successful programs and services changing the lives of the homeless one life at a time. And whereas the Lord's Place will hold its second annual March to End Homelessness on Friday, February 27th, 2026 at Centennial Square at 2 p.m. located at 150 North Clematis Street, West Palm Beach. That's February 27th at Centennial Park in West Palm Beach at 2 o'clock, a March to End Homelessness. And thank you for not making it at 7 a.m. And whereas by marching through West Palm Beach, the Lord's Place seeks to raise awareness of the approximately 3,000 men, women, and children who are homeless each night in Palm Beach County. Across the United States, many Americans are forced to choose between necessities such as buying food, paying rent, or seeing a doctor. And whereas the Lord's Place and the city of Lake Worth Beach recognize the many community members supporting the march, including the Honorable Ann Brown, who believes that everyone deserves a roof over their head. And whereas the Lord's Place and the city of Lake Worth Beach applaud corporate partners, especially Cersei, Denny, Scarola, Barnhart, and Shipley, for taking time to care for the most vulnerable individuals and families living in Palm Beach County. And whereas the mission of the Lord's Place is to break the cycle of homelessness by providing innovative, compassionate, and effective services to men, women, and children in our community. So now I, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim February 27th, 2026 as the Lord's Place March to End Homelessness Awareness Day. In witness, I have set my hand and had the seal of the city approve it. Sir, come on up. I remember when Brother Joe was sleeping in dumpsters.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? How long ago is that?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Rush and the Commissioner for this proclamation. This is very important to the Lord's Place. On behalf of Christine Frederick, who is our CEO, we would just like to thank you guys for this opportunity and this proclamation.
Well, thank you for what you're doing. And I'm so glad. At first it was single men years ago. And then where were the women going? And now you've
Mhm.
expanded into that. So that's just a wonderful thing. So would you like a picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Come on down.
Friday, the 27th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I slept in a car, so I'm not homeless. That's ridiculous. Last but not least, we've added E, Mr. Ed Liberty. E for Ed,
E for energy.
energy,
There you go.
or electric.
Well, good evening. For the record, at Liberty Electric Utility Director, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I was asked by Jamie to join tonight and give a brief overview. It's hard for me to be brief, but I'll be brief anyway. And I'll
Give
try.
it a try.
The clerk will probably give me the hook. But we put together a quick PowerPoint slide. We don't have enough for everybody in the audience, but it will be on the record, so it'll be available on the website. As all of you know, we did have a very cold weekend, and it created a problem statewide, not just for us. I know there's some expert critics out there online saying it was just the Lake Worth Beach Electric Utility. It was not. Do some reading, and you'll see that this was a statewide issue. I'll take you through a few things, but overall, I'll say that we did extremely well. Give you an overview of what happened. We did have extremely low temperatures statewide that were forecasted for Sunday and Monday, particularly in the morning. And I believe it was sometime Sunday morning, they changed it to include Sunday evening as an extreme peak. We were prepared for going into the weekend. We let people know that these things were coming. I'll talk about it a little more. The extent of the problem was not readily appreciated by people. And frankly, most people shouldn't have to worry about these things happening. So this is a little look behind the curtain as to what happens in our world and how critical these things are. And when we do put those requests out to the public, that it's not a drill, it's not meant to needlessly scare you, it's serious stuff. So here's what was happening. NERC, which is the federal agency that oversees reliability nationwide, issued a process for emergency alerts. These are we call them EEAs, and we have a 1, a 2, and a 3. So the EEA process was initiated for the period in time that we're talking about here. And there's a check mark next to each one you'll see. EEA level 1, all available resources are committed to meet load. All resources are in use. That doesn't matter whether it's natural gas, coal, or oil, or solar. Everything needs to be available and ready to go. We try to operate with 15% reserve requirements. Frankly, a lot of our planning is year-round based on summer loads, although we do plan for winter loads. We had key units in the state, in the Florida Municipal Power Pool, but also in the investor-owned utility world that were out for their maintenance in order to get them ready for the summer. So that means they were not all available for the winter. And then we had problems with the ones that were available. We'll talk a little bit about that. We blew through the EEA level 1 and went into level 2. Level 2 is where the operator, and this is the system operator at the power pool level or the Reliability Coordinating Council, what we call balancing authorities, can no longer provide expected energy requirements. That means that if you look at the load that we're expecting for the day, and you look at the generation that we have available in the state, including reserves, we're short. You issue a level 2, in which we did. It requires public appeals for conservation or load reduction. So those public appeals that you heard, they were required. They're federally mandated. We issued them. So we were serious. Level 3, check. Yes, we got there. That's the last step. Operators unable to meet firm load requirements. That means that we can't meet the firm load requirements. The forecast says we're definitely short. Not maybe short, we're definitely short. And may be forced to initiate rotating outages, or what we call load shedding. We came very, very close to that as a state, certainly within the Florida Municipal Power Pool. There's those at the pool, maybe they're trying to give us a credit or encourage us, but they said, your units helped make the difference because our units are the oldest and the most inefficient. They're the ones you want to run the last on oil. We rang the bell. We were a little late on 1 or 2 of our units, but we got there and we played a large role in staving off these load shedding exercises. Yes, they were. Yep, we'll talk about that. So I remind everybody again, this was a statewide event, not limited to Lake Worth Beach, as some on social media seem to think. Lake Worth Beach Electric Utility was directly involved and actively supported the Florida Municipal Power Pool, that's the FMPP, as both a customer, because our power contracts come from the power pool, and we're a generation owner and operator, meaning our generation is putting power into the pool. So when the pool says we need you to plan on running tonight or tomorrow or run right now, we do exactly what they ask for because the fate of the pool is at stake. And we know when they're calling us, it's not just because they want to see if we're awake, right? It's a real call. It's serious business. Next slide. So what was happening as temperatures dropped and load spiked? Load is customer demand for energy. Natural gas prices took off to about 15 times what we normally experience. So just think about that for a second. It's hard when gas prices go up 10 or 20%, 15 times what we normally get. Good unit for us, or good message for us in our community, is our exposure to natural gas is significantly lower than it is for many customers of all utilities in the state. So we're one of the lowest ones thanks to our nuclear commitments that date back to the 1980s, as well as the solar commitments, which we fully got operational, 34 plus megawatts in the last 2 or 3 years. That was a big change to our portfolio. Units that could swap to fuel oil suddenly became both a strategic and an economic tool. What does that mean? Economic means it's the cheaper thing to run in that moment. But even though it was the cheaper thing to run in that moment, it was not strategic to do so because the amount of oil that we had on hand, if we consumed it too soon, it would not be available for the worst. So we sheltered our oil resources, held them back. They were ready to run. And when things got really bad, we jumped in with oil. If we had burned that oil earlier last week, we would not have had it for the weekend. Very interesting analysis and dynamic that we went through. Unit freeze-ups in Central and North Florida reduced available generation at a time of historic demand. So we reached historic demand levels and historic send-out levels for the pool, and I believe statewide as well. And one of the things that was at risk was that, particularly with the steam units and non-steam units, most of the generation that we rely on is well north of the lake, and temperatures were substantially colder north of the lake. Freezing up of key components in those plants was an issue, which rendered some of those plants inoperable. And those crews at those plants, which don't work for us, we had our own issues, they were busy all day Saturday and Sunday, basically defrosting key components of the plant so they get the plants running again. So we were fortunate on Saturday as a pool to be able to make an emergency purchase from another utility in the state. And then things turned around on Sunday. And by Monday morning, after a period when we thought we were really going to be curtailing load, we actually rehearsed the load shedding exercise. We got the pool into a position where we could actually make some sales to others. So it turned. And a 2 or 3 degree swing in temperature and getting units back made a big difference. The Florida Municipal Power Pool, Florida Municipal Power Agency, and Florida Gas Utility, which schedules gas and buys gas, worked around the clock to source fuel and make emergency power purchases and sales from neighboring utilities and rapidly remodel scenarios. So there's modeling, remodeling going on at probably every hour, if not more, on what units were available, what the forecast was, what the experience was in the day before in terms of the ramp up or the slope of the curve at which the power demand was growing, to be ready to meet that without dropping into the bottom end of the EEA3 and actually beginning the load shedding exercise. which we did not get to. The DEP, DOE, and the Florida Reliability Coordinating Council were actively involved and supportive through this entire process. Very important. These agencies were on board with this. I'd never seen this done before, but with an EEA3, the DEP, and I believe the EPA possibly, waived emissions limits on units and said most of the units in the state have emissions controls. You're required to stay within certain limits, but because this was an emergency, they gave the ability to ignore those limits and run those units. That has expired now. We're back to normal. And while we got the waiver, we didn't need it. For us, it's a number of hours, and we didn't get to the point. We hit that limit. 60-year-old units became the last line of defense and were called to run. Customers were asked to curtail non-essential uses of electricity, switch to emergency generators. Nonetheless, new records were still established. Statewide, cities served by the Florida Municipal Power Pool were asked to place facilities on emergency generators during peak hours. We did that here as well. Equipment that had entered planned maintenance outages to be ready for summer loads were quickly reassembled and returned to service. We did that here as well. How did the Lake Worth Beach team respond? I'll say admirably, but let's go through it. Line crews, that's our linemen, were augmented over the weekend. So we put them on split shifts through the weekend. We had linemen ready to respond to outages. The response to customer outages, a few that we had, were outstanding. I can say that the outages that we had were not weather related. We had, that I recall off the top of my head, there were 3 outages. One was in an apartment complex where I believe a resident put the car in forward instead of reverse and destroyed the transformer. Those crews worked in that bitter cold and wind for about 6 hours to get those residents up. We had one outage related to mylar balloons. Yes, our next, other than the iguana, our least favorite invasive species. And then we had a smaller outage related to vegetation. So we had no cold weather related outages on our system. The Electric System Operations Center, we call that ESOC, the city's public information officer, and the utility customer service function issued multiple alerts using multiple tools. We used the IVR through our call center process. We used Everbridge, and I believe we also used some other tools which send text messages out to customers. So we certainly had a lot of communication with customers. The water plant and certain city facilities were asked to swap to emergency generators during peak periods and did. We disabled the public EV chargers on Sunday for a period of time, returned them to service on Monday morning to shed that load. Our electric system operators reviewed the load shedding procedures and prepared for the EEA instruction and the prospect of being asked to initiate rolling outages in 15-minute intervals. We fortunately did not need to do that. And fortunately, it was also not something that we had to create that morning. That's something that we have on file and update periodically anyway. It was just a rehearsal for them as to, okay, here's how we're going to do it. They get called for X, Y, and Z. This is how we'll do it. Here's the procedure and how we'll go through it. That was performed. There were running communications with FMPP, which is the power pool, and the FMPA team on system status. There was certainly a heightened awareness and emergency posture with those organizations that held multiple calls for the generation participants in the municipality electric utilities during the days. DOE, Department of Energy, was actively involved and supportive and maintained communication with the Florida Municipal Power Agency. How did the system perform?
Wait, you skipped the second bullet, and that was really kind of a cool one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. I'm reading too fast. This is probably one of the more important ones, so apologize. Former power plant staff that had transferred to other city departments over a period of years, these are folks that had not worked in the plant in quite a while, reported for duty at the power plant. We could not do this without them. It was amazing. I know on Sunday there were 6 people in the engine compartment at one time in the control room. Assistant Director King, myself, mostly just staying out of the way and holding a flashlight if needed, offering suggestions. But 3 people that were not in the department anymore. 2 that came out of the water plant came back to help over, came in and worked with us, and 1 that had transferred to our substation department. That really heightens the importance and points out how important it is to retain people as we retired units and downsized to retain them in city departments where possible. Without those 3 individuals coming back to the power plant and helping, we would not have gotten the lights back on. that we would have, so it was tremendous what they did. And they were working, and it was cold out there. And those are all steel compartments. They don't hold heat well. And they wanted to get the units running just as much as they could warm up next time and then go home. But that was an issue. So we are appreciative of them. Not to take anything away from what the line department does up on the poles and getting transformers set. What those folks did in the power plant that day was admirable. And their creativity. We'll get to that. How did the system perform? The T&D system operated extremely well under high loads and low temperatures. So we were setting records for send out, certainly for a winter day. We didn't meet our summertime send outs, but it was pretty dramatic. Absent the SHRIP improvements, this is very important. Absent what we've been doing with SHRIP since 2018, we would have lost electric delivery to many sections of the city. The tremendous loads on the old 4 kV systems and what we now see flowing on the 26 kV system, the growth that we had and what the second, third, and fourth day of sustained cold did was dramatic. Those circuits would not have survived. Some of our power plants had glitches and failed to start when requested. Staff was able to troubleshoot the problems, stayed on task until problems were resolved, and units brought online using workarounds, very creative workarounds to get around the control system, lockouts, troubleshoot that it was okay to do that and get that going. It's like an Apollo 13 event for us. We went so far as to scavenge spare parts from retired units. At those 3 individuals came to the conclusion that we were stuck. And the last choice was to say, let's go see if there's parts on the retired units that match. Lo and behold, they did. They took those parts, moved them over, plugged them in, and lo and behold, units ran. Our units did help and avert the load shedding requests from the power pool. We were a part of that. I'm not going to take sole credit for that, but we were a part of that. Staff teamwork, camaraderie, and morale, extremely high under stress. That's when the best shine. That's for the people at the staff at home watching for me. After action review. So key to us in this business is what did we learn? Lessons learned. We don't want to do it a month, 2 or 3 months later. We did it today. So key members of staff participating, a lot of ideas came to the table. It was not a blame session. It's not pointing finger at anybody for doing anything wrong because nobody did anything wrong. But that's not what these are about. It's how do we improve our processes and our procedures to drive corrective actions to make the next time better, continuous improvement. Most of the changes are things that we suggested were operational in nature and process changes, but some are going to require investment in capital in our units. We've talked about this at the utility meeting last week. We need to focus now on what we're going to do. So I said we had 7 years on this new contract. We need to start thinking about what we're going to do in year 7, probably within the next 24 months. Sunday night, I said, we probably have to do this within the next couple of months because that time frame is shorter than we think. And this event highlights that. So there'll be operational changes to how we schedule outages around the state and how we operate the units to make them much more reliable. We'll put some investment into controls and equipment to make it more reliable, especially for cold weather. We'll look at ways to expand their capacity to generate electricity, which will save us some money, and of course, extend life. I don't think that the 7-year window is enough for those units. We're probably looking at a 10 to 15-year life extension. There's a whole bunch of pictures. We can get into those or we can come back. One of the ones, if you just go to the next slide, this is a natural gas price slide. So if you look at the bottom left, that's what we were paying on the 9th of January, a little over $3. You can see that on the 2nd of February, it got as high as $78.
Isn't that like price gouging? Isn't that illegal?
It's not.
Oh.
It's it gets to supply and demand. They're free markets. There's a bid and ask and spread, multiple people, a lot of bids. It's not. A lot of this is driven by congestion in the pipelines because there's so much gas flowing north. So remember, as cold as it was here, that's a key part of this. It was cold here, but if it had been warm in the mid-Atlantic, it would have been okay, right? But the fact that the whole East Coast is frozen. A lot of family and friends, and much of my life in the Northeast, they've been below freezing for probably a week and a half and not going to be back above freezing, I think, till sometime early next week. So there's tremendous draw for natural gas, and we fight for that space in the pipe and the interstate pipeline system. We also have some pictures of the what we call the the device, the synchronizer that allows us to start units up and synchronize it with a grid. You're trying to match up sine waves for those of you that are math majors or spend some time in math, but the rolling wave, you have to match it up to synchronize. It came down to swapping the synchronizer from a retired S3 unit, which dated back to the mid 60s. We still have that equipment here, and lo and behold, it worked. Jason Bailey can speak to these slides. They speak to the ramp up and load. I know Jason, Assistant Director Bailey wants to come up and walk us through the next few slides.
Come on up.
That's not sine wave.
No, he's the data geek, and then tell you what these things like that.
Good evening, Jason Bailey, Assistant Director, System Operations. So on this slide, this is just our load, the generation, and our interchange. So this is our load profile over the last 4 days. The red line is our actual load. So that's how much energy we're actually consuming. The green line, that's the generation, the output from generation. That first peak that you see there was real short in duration. That was just them testing the unit the day prior. But you can see the greens where they were running. In the blue is our interchange. That's how much power we're actually pulling in from FMPP. So you can see that our load peaks, that's what the generation does, is it lowers our demand at the peak. And that's the goal at peak, is to have generation on to lower that demand. This one is just to show 15th Avenue. So at 15th Avenue South, we had that transformer, the main transformer, out of service for maintenance. We did have to take an unscheduled outage. I don't even know what day it is anymore now. I think it was Friday.
Friday afternoon.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it was
like a year ago.
I think it was Friday at noon. So we had that transformer out of service for maintenance, and we had the two circuits, these two circuits tied together on a temporary pad mount transformer. We had concerns with the temperatures being that low that pad mount transformer would not support all that load. So we put the main station back into service at noon.
Reassemble the equipment.
Yeah, reassembled it, put it back in service. And that was at noon outage. We do apologize that it was at noon in the daytime. You know, we did do the takeout at 6 in the morning on a weekend, but when we made the decision to go, we knew the temperature was coming. We went for it. So you can see this is also a 4-day trend. So that's at noon when we put it back in service, and you can see those peaks that on those days. One was 2 in the morning, one was at night. It would not have made it. We would have probably lost those two circuits. This is just to show the area impact. So that's those two circuits tied together. So all those people would have been without power if we didn't put that transformer back in service. That's on the south end. This is just to show. So this one's actually really cool. This is our 26 kV circuit that was recently reconductored, and we converted a bunch of load from 4 kV to 26. So this is a 26 kV circuit. This is in megawatts. And you can see this is a 4-day trend too. You can see how the first 2 days were, and then the 2 days during the cold. The load on that circuit doubled. I mean, you can see, yeah, more than doubled. But at 26 kV, that circuit right now at that peak was only 35% loaded. Only 35%. And if you go to the next slide with the blue. All right. So this blue, that is everybody that's on that circuit right now. And as you can see on the golf course, so just west of where that indent is, all those circuits are 4 kV. All that blue in the center used to be 4 kV, but we kept pulling back from each circuit little by little by little. Those 4 kV circuits that are on to the west of that were able to survive because we pulled the load off and converted it to 26. And I was looking at numbers today. So the 1801 was running about amps, whether it's 4 kV or 26 kV, the wire doesn't care. But we had 100 amps on the 1801, and there's a little over 1,500 customers on that circuit. The 1802 circuit, which is right there next to it, has 480 customers on it. It was running 130 amps. So you're able to carry 3 times the amount of customers at less amperage with more room. So we need to keep moving forward with the voltage conversion.
Those old 4 kV circuits were already at their limit before we converted. So there's no way that they would have been able to take the additional load.
None.
All of those areas would be in the dark today
Wow.
if it wasn't for the work that we've been doing over the last 7-8 years together.
Lastly, this is just a shout out to Publix. So we reached out to all the commercial customers and asked them this. So this is at 6 to 10 in the morning where we asked residents and business owners if you can go on a generator, reduce loads. Publix was very accommodating. So both days they went on generation from that 7 to 10 and took 0 from Lake Worth, and they helped us get through those peaks. So I just wanted to shout out to them. That was
My understanding is through Florida Municipal Electric Association and FMPA, there was an outreach to Public's corporate, their energy manager for Florida. And I believe they may have gone on the generation at all of their Publixes in the state, but they certainly did it here. So we thank them a lot. You know, those megawatts or kilowatts that they took off the system at that key point allowed us to not have to get into a rolling blackout situation. So we don't know the true impact of what customers did because we don't have a way to measure, you know, who actually rolled back the thermostat and you know, postponed to taking their Sunday bath. But we believe there was some. There's just no way for us to know.
Extra blankets.
Yeah, the fact is we survived
Mhm.
and we got through it. So the last thing we want to do in the world is change the way people live so that we can operate. Our job is to operate in the ways so they can live the ways their lives the way they want to. This was a close one, and we'll learn from this and continue to improve the system. But rest assured, this was not just a Lake Worth Beach event. This was a statewide issue, and statewide we met the challenge.
It's amazing. We sit in our houses and thank God the electricity kept on, and you don't even realize that you guys, it's like a duck above the water. It looks nice and smooth, and underneath all this work is going on. And I had no idea it was that close. I mean, just a few things made a big difference. That's really interesting.
Well, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to come in on Monday and tell you that we lost the system.
Really?
but we did all that we could, and that was good.
And on behalf of the commission, I want to shout out to administration, to the linemen, to the people that came, the 3 guys that came from the other departments. Without that kind of teamwork, it just doesn't work. So thank you very, very much. Mr. McVoy, you have a question?
Yeah, just also to thank you for that. And I saw the email and I said, wow, yeah, Ed's seriously worried here. He's not making this up. And we did turn it to 65 and sometimes 63, and we're still alive. It works. Something that occurred to me, we're very well aware, I think, in Lake Worth, that our big demand on electricity is heating and cooling. But there's a big difference that might, you know, I didn't think about it till I happened to think about it for this, that when we're cooling, which is a big deal, running AC, you're cooling from maybe typical 85 degrees outside to maybe 75 inside. So you got a 10-degree pool. We were trying to heat our homes to, if we went to the recommendations, from maybe 30, let's say 40.
We got down to 33.
It got down, yeah. So for argument, 35 to 65, that's 3 times the degree difference. It's, you know, that's why we had these mega demands way bigger than when we do AC.
It's a very good observation. I'll point out along those lines are the systems that we have in our homes are designed to cool the house, and heating is an afterthought for the days when it gets chilly. It was not designed to heat the home the way we had to. So that's pretty significant. That's a big deal. So a lot of good stuff happened out there. I'll also point out that that we did not interrupt any customers for non-payment on money.
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
That was, as a matter of fact, my staff decided that without even checking with me. They had already gone ahead and made that decision. So they've been empowered and they know the right thing to do. Now we'll resume, but on Monday, which was brutal, we did not want to be disconnecting people for non-payment that day.
Yeah. And by the way, solar hot water worked throughout that cold period.
It will. It was fortunately it was sunny. We did get some contribution from our solar investment. Of course, it goes away, and it's not that good between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. But it was coming on, and you could see it having an impact. 7 to 10 at night, no, but it played some role.
Well, thank you and your department for everything that you guys do. We're very, very grateful and impressed.
So I'll let you obviously get back to what you plan to do tonight before
A regularly scheduled program.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Ed, and everybody else.
Yeah. Public participation.
No. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Hi. Where are we now? We're going to do new business now and then.
No, now we're going to do public participation, then approve the minutes, and then go to new business.
Okay, after approval of minutes. Perfect. Thank you. All right, public participation, Wes Blackman with Steve Lockwood. Oh, Wes Blackman and then Steve Lockwood. We're together. You got 6 minutes for two of you.
We're together.
Okay.
I'm Steve Lockwood, president of the Historical Society of Lake Worth. I was going to give you a brief update on our season this year. As you know, we make monthly presentations during the season. This year, we started with Ginger Peterson, who many of you know, with the story of Dr. Mabel Elliott, who came from a Lake Worth family and performed international medical activity. And this is based on Ginger's new book called Unbreakable Healer. And then last month, here in this space, many of you were here to hear Elliot Kleinberg, longtime Palm Beach Post columnist on Weird Florida, which is always fun, and he can go on for a long time with all the weirdness that we have. Next week, on the February 19th, our next program is Janet Naughton. Many of you know as an author and regional history is going to talk about the architect William Manley King, who was responsible perhaps for more of the public school buildings in Palm Beach County than anyone else in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. On March 19th, celebrating Black History Month, perhaps a little late, we're in the process of creating a guide to the paintings, the drawings on the Wingfield Wall of Unity. And as part of creating a background material for the guidebook, we're having a panel discussion by several elders from the Osborne community, particularly on the period during the end of segregation in Lake Worth. And I think you'll find that very interesting. That is on March 19th. Next weekend, by the way, coming up this Saturday, Bill Feldkamp, who many of you know from his period as the chair on the Historical Resources Board, is running a tour of the sort of architectural, a walking tour of downtown Lake Worth architectural highlights, such as the Playhouse, City Hall, the Cultural Council, the Annex, some Art Deco buildings, and ending up at the Gulfstream Hotel. And since it was oversubscribed, we're planning to do that a second time sometime the next 3 or 4 weeks, and we'll be announcing that. One other thing I wanted to mention is, many of you know, we have a series of publications that we continue to produce. We've already produced books on the oldest houses in Lake Worth, one on prehistoric Lake Worth, another one on G. Sherman Childs, the architect of City Hall, the Annex, the Birthday Cake House, and so on. A history of the Gulfstream Hotel. Earlier this year, we published a unique collection of essays by the Palm Beach County historian Robert Davidson, which is covers a period from the Seminoles right up to the present time. And then later this year, we're publishing a history of the Lake Worth Beach and the 3 casinos and the bathhouse that preceded them, and which is obviously something of current interest.
Thank you. That's time.
And now I want to turn things over to Wes for a very special announcement.
Where can we get those books, those publications?
They can on the website of the Lake Worth Historical Society, or the Facebook page tells you how to get the books.
Okay, good evening, commissioners and mayor. Thank you. I am Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. And I want to announce a community event that connects Lake Worth Beach's local history with a nationally significant film in a way that's engaging, accessible, and grounded right here in our historic downtown, Lake Worth. In late 1980, the film Body Heat, released in 1981, and now widely regarded as one of the great American neo-noirs, was filmed here in Lake Worth. At the time, the city had not become Lake Worth Beach, and its streets, buildings, and coastal atmosphere became part of the film's visual identity. The heat, the light, and the Florida environment are central to the story itself. Interestingly, filming took place during an unusually cold period. And with the overnight temperatures dropping into the 40s, something longtime residents remember and something that feels timely given the cold snap we've experienced now. And it's ironic that the film's name was Body Heat too, and it was all about the heat. Body Heat was the directorial debut of Lawrence Kasdan, starred William Hurt, and introduced Kathleen Turner in the role that launched her career. The film deliberately reimagined classic film noir, but placed them in modern Florida. Florida becomes a character in the film, and Lake Worth plays a supporting role. So on Thursday, March 5th, 2026, the Lake Worth Playhouse will host a special screening of Body Heat, beginning with a panel discussion at 7 p.m., followed by the film at 7:30. The panel will explore the film's place in cinema history and its local connections, including scenes filmed right here in town. Many current residents were here in 1980, and some may have been extras, worked nearby, or know people who were involved during the filming. Those firsthand memories matter, and the Historical Society of Lake Worth is interested in helping capture and preserve them. This event was inspired in part by my experience with Madison, Indiana. It was the first national Main Street city, and their downtown was featured in the 1957 film called Some Come Running, with a lot of big names. And they have a festival every year celebrating during the summer the making of that film in their historic downtown, you know. So, and it uses cinema as a tool for long-term civic stewardship. So tickets are $15 in advance and $20 at the door, with the proceeds benefiting the Lake Worth Historical Society. And we did give the flyer, which is here, the poster. Yeah. We gave it to Leisure Services, and it went out on a city email blast today.
Oh, great.
So we're happy about that. So I hope to see you there.
Who in this room was here when it was being filmed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The old folks, right? It was exciting. And then when Paul Newman burnt down a hotel in another.
That was another
film.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
So
that.
that's it.
That's
Mhm.
very exciting. We really appreciate it. Everybody come, it'll be a party. It's quite a movie. Oh, yeah, it's very smoky. It's very sexy, smoky film. Up next is our own beloved Mary Lindsay. Yay!
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Commissioners. Hello again, Jamie. It's always so good to see you here. And hello, Lake Worth. I'm here to announce.
Who are you and where do you live?
My name is Mary Lindsay, and I live at 327 Columbia Drive. It's the Fairy Light House that have been up since COVID.
Keep them up.
Yeah, they make me happy. I'm here to announce the introduction of Lake Worth Little Free Libraries 2.0. Lake Worth Little Free Libraries has had an unbelievable successful run for the last 10 and a half years. As a matter of fact, our current count of books we have distributed for free through the efforts of volunteers from the time we started until the end of 2025 is 1.2 million. Yes, that's what she said. 1.2 million books have gone into the hands of children and adults in Lake Worth, and we couldn't be happier. The sad truth is that I'm not as young as I was 10 years ago. And yeah, that's true. None of us are. And it is absolutely time for the younger generation to step up and take over this project. So to that end, I am having a meeting at the library next Saturday at 1:00 to discuss what format this 2.0 reorganization, restructuring can take. And basically we have two choices. One, we sunset the Little Free Library project. The people that have Little Free Libraries can keep them, and they will be solely responsible for book acquisition, for repairs, maintenance, all of it. That is the model that the big organization, the mothership, set up when they started 15 years ago. One person buys a Little Free Library from them, and then you're on your own. So we can do that. And I will tie the project up with the pink ribbon, put it on a shelf, and be endlessly proud of what we as a community accomplished in 10 years. Or we can continue the project pretty much as it is, except with a lot more volunteer and community engagement. There are 7 major categories that will have to be filled. So far, 2 of them look really good, like we've got volunteer managers set up for that. They're going to need volunteers. And the Friends of the Lake Worth Library is considering taking an overview position, which will give us a 501c3 designation and a whole lot of that kind of stuff. But they aren't interested in doing that unless there are all of these volunteers in place. So this is the time, Lake Worth. If you love the project, if you wanted to continue, we need you. And we have volunteer positions that require some as little as 2 or 3 hours a week, some that require 2 or 3 hours a day, some that require once a month. So there is room for everybody to contribute. Absolutely no qualifications are necessary. I've done everything pretty much myself for the last 10 years. So, you know, the collective smarts of this community is much greater than me. And I think together this project could be even better and move into the future. So there we go.
Okay, this coming Saturday.
This coming Saturday, 1 o'clock at the library.
And we're looking for people who may be a little younger and stronger.
Well, and we're looking for
or old
anybody.
and strong. To
Experience counts.
Experience counts. To schlep, I mean, to carry books, to go pick up books in a very organized fashion. And, you know, there's a lot of people that come up to public comment, and a lot of people have a lot to say about what's going on in the city. And I would love to see those people actually come out and help us. So thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. Yes, Mimi. You mean after the meeting?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to give Mary a minute to talk to Mimi. Thank you. Next up is Ms. Kohlmeyer, followed by Ginny Powell, followed by Melissa Salerno, followed by Retha. Are you out there or did you leave? I think she left. Okay. Okay. Ms. Kohlmeyer?
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. It's good to hear that the city's investment in solar protects it from rate hikes for natural gas, which I think we knew it would do that, but it's good. Yeah, I'll try. 2 weeks ago, I've got a lot of stuff written down, but I'm not sure I can say it. 2 weeks ago, a lot of people came and spoke about their concerns of what was happening in the community. And what they asked for was for the commission to have a special meeting. That's all they asked for, to see what it might be able to do. And there were quite a few suggestions. And we know that there are a lot of things the commission cannot do. But I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't even a willingness to have a special meeting to discuss what might be done. Because I can think of some things that could be done right off the top of my head. And I've mentioned some of them here before, like collecting data so that there's transparency and facts are available. So after all those people came, some of them from vulnerable communities, the commission would not agree to have a special meeting. They put put it on Commissioner McVoy to say, oh, well, you go away and find out what things can be done, then bring it to us again. This has come up before the commission a lot of times. And the comment from one of the commissioners was to say, well, you know, we've heard from people here today, but there are 46,000 people who live in the city that I've got to think about. And also, well, a lot of the residents phone me and I've got to think about them. Maybe we should all just call the commissioners personally so that, you know, you actually think it's worth listening to us. Because I have to say that there didn't seem to be any respect or acknowledgement of what it takes for a lot of those people to come and say, please just have a special meeting. They're not asking you to play God or to do something that's beyond your ability. They're just asking you to kind of put your heads together and brainstorm. Is there anything you might be able to do? And, you know, we are in the face of a very extraordinary situation right here, right now, which I know you all know about that. You know, we are living in very, very unusual times, very dangerous times. I'm not exaggerating. And I know
Thank you, that's time.
Okay, thanks.
Ginny Powell, followed by Melissa Salerno.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I've written down a lot of notes, but I often deviate, and tonight is no exception. It seems like we've heard a lot of talk in the proclamations and so forth about inclusivity and uniqueness and diversity. And I just don't think we really put our money where our mouth is a lot of the time. It seems like we're really more of the have and the have-nots in this city, which is very upsetting. We used to celebrate our diversity more, and all the 60-some ethnicities that were represented in our city. And that is part of our community and what has always been part of our community as long as I've been here, for more than 30 years. And I just think we need to respect that more. I think there's efforts to, I hate to use the word criminalize some of the less desirable people, or so some think, the less desirable people, and also the groups that aid those people, and make laws or ordinances against those people that affect those people adversely. Yet we get rid of laws, if you don't like them, that are hurting the higher socioeconomic levels, like the not taking action against people for violating the 60-day rule on short-term rentals and artificial turf. So it just seems like there's such a divide between those who have and those have not in this city, and it's very upsetting. And I see you asking sometimes staff to create rules or modify the rule or twist themselves into knots, trying to ensure that some of those laws that we have to prevent us from having artificial turf or prevent us from short-term rentals running rampant, to weaken those laws. I just wanted to say something too about what's on March 10th, we're going to have the election for the on the charter amendment changes. And I just want to say a few words about the concerns that I've heard some people say against people like me and what I'm fighting for, which is a no vote on all the amendments. And that is
I'm sorry,
that I'm
that's time.
anti-development. That is not true. And it never has been true. For smart growth.
All right, folks. Thank you. Melissa Salerno. And that's it.
Oh, I didn't put a card in.
Mr. Brown, do you have a card for Mr. Townsend?
Oh, I switched it to public comment. I wrote it on.
On non-agenda items?
Yeah, well, the item has been taken off.
Miss Salerno.
Okay, Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Hello, all. Let me take a moment to compliment you on your tenacious penchant for willful ignorance. For months, you have minimized the community's outcries regarding ICE terrorism in our neighborhoods with transparent tactics of procrastination or feigned lack of knowledge. And still, you all have done nothing other than wallow over alleged unfair abuse you have taken on the dais while demanding others do the cognitive labor for you. Believe it or not, I don't toss out designations like racist or white privilege easily, but I will not sugarcoat the truth. And the truth is that your choices as city leadership have eroded the trust and hope this community placed in you when voting you in. Let me be blatantly clear. You are causing harm and hurt to your community. Now, in this latest act of this diocese willful ignorance, a Tesla-sponsored evening on the Avenue. And if you can't connect the dots on why this may hurt and upset certain folks, on why this may feel like another slap in the face, then I question your capacity for empathy and your ability to read the room. Then rather than admit grave folly, you use the children as bait, further insulting us by implying that we should, quote, think of the children. The children are exactly who I am concerned with. Whereas you all only seem concerned with yourselves. What are you showing them? Cower and play nice with fascist billionaires? If you're Black, brown, or gay, you don't matter as much? That is the example you are setting by partnering with Tesla. I wonder, what's to be your next grand gesture? Perhaps a hearty fascist salute after our Pledge of Allegiance. At this point, I am utterly baffled by the fumbling, bumbling, and complete lack of self-awareness and privilege you all wear so easily. Perhaps rather than waste our money on some questionable tactics in an effort to influence rather than educate the community about upcoming charter amendment elections, you should have invested in city staff sensitivity training. It's clearly warranted and sorely needed. There are infinite tools and resources for you all to learn how to do better. Some of these tools are in this very room in human form, and yet we keep having these asinine situations arise. It is apparent you have zero intentions of knowing better, doing better, and that is a true disservice to yourself and your community, regardless of your elected position.
Thank you. Todd Townsend.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. I just wanted to offer up a word on the open space recreational plan. Keeping the pool at the beach is part of our tourist magnet. But if we have a hotel full of people, a hotel full of tourists wanting to go out and hit the beach, in Miami has a sewage problem, a pipe burst, as we've seen before, as we've experienced before. So they would have the opportunity to go hit the pool instead. In keeping with tourism, and that golf is actually the cornerstone of that tourism, we'd like to have all three facets of the game in close proximity. That means 1, a driving range at the ball fields, 2, the full golf course, which we have, and 3, Tiger Woods Popstroke mini golf course, right just on this side of the bridge. And of course, yes, I have a spot to replace that hole too. So I think that we need to reject the master plan. I think that the public doesn't know enough about it. I think that it was written by people that don't live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okey doke. Now we're doing approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're doing new business. New business A is professional service agreement with Catalyst Payments LLC for lockbox services. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second
Second.
conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. B. Should make sure. Oh. Big. Resolution 6-2026, authorizing the first budget amendment for fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget. Capital budget. Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I would like to pull and discuss three of these items separate from the others. So I would make a motion to approve item 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then have discussion on the others.
Madam Attorney? You mean break it into two separate pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
And what ones do you want to approve?
I'd like to pull out item 3, 4, and 11.
Madam Mayor, because it's a resolution approving the entire
Right.
budget amendment, it would be best to discuss and then.
That's what I would-
approve the resolution.
Okay, great. So let's discuss. So I'd like a motion in a second just to get a conversation started.
Motion for discussion.
Second, right, it's a motion. Okay. Okay, so what, tell me what your concerns are. Item number 3, just for the public. Item number 3 is, the city commission approved in October utilizing 473,000 of penny sales tax funds to cover the cost for municipal beach complex development professional services. The item establishes a new capital project, assigns a project number, and appropriates the budget for these funds. Let's just take them each one.
My concerns with that, I voted against it in its original form. After spending a lot of time with residents, talking about the referendum process and looking at that, I again would like to stress that I think this is premature and we should not be spending this money until we know what is decided from the referendums. Because if the referendum for the beach fails, there really is no possibility of a public-private partnership at the beach, and we'd be wasting this money.
Okay, any other, Mr. McBoy? Do you have any, about item 3? We're talking only about item 3 right now.
Would like my opinion. Mike, I would like to put a pin in that I would like to discuss item 1 also, but not right now. We'll come back to it, I hope. I hope that will be honored. On item 3, I agree with Commissioner Segrich's point that we have stated that regardless of whether the amendment passes or doesn't pass, we are not allowing lodging of any sort to be constructed at the beach. So that constrains quite a bit what kind of things and makes it somewhat questionable why we would spend $500,000 looking at that. And if the amendment does not pass, then I would agree with Commissioner Segrich. It's quite unlikely that projects of anything like that size would happen there. So it does seem at least wise to delay that until after that election, which I certainly hope that it will not pass on the 99-year leases, because I think that's a really bad idea.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, is this the same? A while back, we approved a study of the feasibility of different things at the beach complex. Whether, and at that point, we were talking about referendum, is this the same group?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so was the money not appropriated?
I do want to say that we do have
fabulous.
here as well, our assistant finance
Thank
director.
you. Was money not appropriate? Because even if, no matter what, even if no change is made in terms of the lease at the beach, we still need to deal with the beach and what's up there. I mean, we're not just going to say, okay, never mind. So are you saying that So that's my thought. I mean, we're gonna have to do something. We would obviously, March is gonna come fast, whether it passes or not. We're gonna be having, we still have to deal with what's gonna happen at the beach.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's certain fundamentals that we have to deal with. I was never satisfied with the answers from that consultant, nor do I have any confidence that they're going to deliver any value add. It was a
But
horrible.
were they approved already? They were approved before your time, I believe, correct? No? Okay.
I voted against them twice. I'm just
Okay.
bringing it up one more time
Okay.
just to see if you guys would at least like to wait to after the referendum so that we can give them more specific direction.
Mhm.
Because if the referendum passes, there are certain things that
Right.
we would like to
Be
explore.
different.
If the referendum doesn't pass, then we're purely dealing with, I think, the structural integrity and what of the seawall and the buildings there for what we can actually do versus some sort of large scale project.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think other things are available. And also as people that are opposed to the referendum state, even if the referendum doesn't pass by a vote of the citizens, they could waive that. So that still might be an option.
But the reality of working with developers is that
I mean,
they're not going to
I
risk
understand.
the amount of money they need to risk to even get to that point.
Why we are where we are today, right?
So,
And it was that the intent was to kill development of the beach, and that's
So-
what they want to do.
so if I was to make a motion on this, it would be to delay this one item to a time after.
It's only a couple,
March
I mean, it's not a big deal anyway, so,
Yeah.
okay, so it sounds like, Madam Commissioner? Madam Commissioner,
Madam
whatever your
Commissioner.
name is, Miss May.
No, I mean, I can see the thought behind that.
Mhm.
And I do kind of agree that I don't know if it matters completely. I mean, I don't think that I would agree that nothing else can happen up
Right,
there.
I don't think it.
However, if we're talking about having some sort of a public-private partnership, or maybe we're talking about well, that's the point. They are supposed to tell us what we could do up there, right? So we should probably do that after
Mhm.
the referendum. So I'm okay if we pull 3 for now.
Okay. 4.
Madam Mayor, my light.
Well,
still on.
on this, I thought you made your comment in 3.
I put my light back on.
Well, is it about 3? We're still on. 3?
Correct.
Okay, Madam, yeah, okay, go ahead. And Madam Clerk, please remind us about the time.
Yes, Madam.
May the record reflect that every time I seek to speak, almost every time, the mayor points out, please keep it real short and maybe you can't speak. Just like the record to reflect that. My point would be, yes, we should certainly wait. And while there may be things that we want to know from an outside study, to spend $500,000 on a study where we would be in a situation that is quite limited what kinds of things could happen, as it should be, because it's a public space and public recreation and open space zoning, seems like we could spend that $500,000, excuse me, on actually doing something that needs doing up there rather than studying what we can't do.
Okay, we can
So-
talk about that when it comes up. Number 4.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm
may I just add, good evening, Monica McNaughton, Assistant Finance Director, Budget.
little bit, please.
Monica McNaughton, Assistant Finance Director, Budget. So that item was approved on October 7th. And you asked, was it not appropriated? So we need an amendment to appropriate the fund. So that's what the request was for, just to clarify. So you approved the item on October 7th, and then this was to appropriate the funds for use.
Okay, so it's
in-
already
within
been
the budget.
approved.
It was
I
approved, but the
think
funds were not
you're
appropriated.
hearing what's happening.
Yes,
which-
yes. I
okay.
just wanted to clarify.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
There's a lot for us to remember.
Yes.
Okay, number 4. So I think we're going to hold off. We're going to take item 3 off. Item 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 4 also deals with an item that I did vote against. And it's written here that they're requesting an appropriation of 1.3 million of penny sales tax. Going back and checking the minutes of the meeting, it was only approved for $1 million, not 1.3, according to the minutes. And here's just another situation again where these funds are going to be used to move a structure that I think negatively impacts the ability for this parking garage to have the economic benefit and the parking benefit that it was intended to. And again, I've heard a lot of feedback in the past several weeks because talking with people about the referendums. I personally would like to strike this item. I don't believe the city should be spending the money on this. If the parking garage was going to have the impact it should, I would think differently, but this is going to be moving a structure that's not going to help the situation.
But it's been voted on and approved already.
It has, but this number is incorrect. So
Well, let's start with the number.
At least we can correct the number.
I can't see the minutes right now. I can clarify that. Let me just see if I can pull up the schedule. The schedule that I had has 1.3.
Did you happen to print out the minutes?
I did not. I can try to pull them up, or we can push this one until staff's prepared.
Well,
Okay.
they think they are. Sure. Go ahead.
ahead,
Ms.
Jamie.
May?
No, Jamie's good.
I was
Oh,
going to ask if,
Mr. Brown.
Madam Clerk, if you could pull that real quick.
I could, but I don't remember which of our many meetings that was on, so,
I have the date. It was, yes, October 21st.
October 21st.
okay, I'll pull those minutes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go down to number 11 while she's doing that.
So in number 11, I wanted to just kind of a continuing conversation of where we were at in our pre-agenda meeting. This is an item that is very significant. It's a huge portion of the budget for this project. And staff knew at the time of asking for the project that this would have to happen. And I feel like this has been pushed on us. The project is the rebuilding of 1900 or renovations for 1900s. Item number 11 is instead of patching roofs, we're replacing an entire roof. And to me, it seems like that should have been all part of what we voted for. And because to me, an increase of almost $500,000 changes the entire calculus of buy versus build on a building like that. So I don't know where we're at in that process. We have not gotten a lot of updates on that project. But I would want to delay that until we get an exact update on the project to tell us exactly where we're at, how we're doing against budget, and are there going to be any more $500,000 surprises?
Okay, Mr. Brown, did you let on?
Oh, yeah, just one correction. So this ask is basically you have about 30% of, obviously there's a footprint being added to the existing 1900 building. So the portion of the roof that was going to be done with that was for that particular project. What this ask is for the remaining 70% of that building, which is not part of the project. So I just want to make it clear that what this is not part of the project that was brought forward to you guys. This is not something that falls under the footprint of that new project that's happening. This was just simply staff looking at the roof that is wanting to be replaced in the next 2 years or so and saying, since this project did get approved and is moving forward, it would be financially, from a financial standpoint, smart for us to get the entire thing done at one time because it's going to save us money. It's going to save us on a mob. It's going to save us on material. Having the same contractor do it all at one time, it's just beneficial from a financial standpoint. Now, again, we don't have to do that and do the remainder of the building, but I just wanted to be clear that this is not part of the project you guys approved.
Okay, does 1900 need a new roof?
Like many of our facilities, it's been patch. We've been kind of band-aiding it. We've been limping along. It does need a new roof, but we can extend the life of this for another 2 years or so. So we can
Throwing
keep
good money
extending.
after bad? I mean, to keep patching it and having to do it anyway?
Again, we based on our capital improvement budget, and we have a lot of work that needs to be done in the city. We can't do it all at once. So we are able to budget for a certain number of projects each fiscal year. This is one of those things where project got approved. It would be nice if we were able to take advantage of, since that work is happening anyway, save the city some money, get it all done at one time. But again, it was not part of the original project, does not have to be done for the success of the project that was approved. but it would be nice to get it done at the same time
Oh,
if possible.
okay. Mr. McBoy?
Just let me make sure I understand. So we have the existing 1900 building that has the electric utility staff in it and has building and community sustainability. The roof is some number of years old. It has proven that it is old by leaking. We patch it. We can keep patching it, but at some point, everybody knows that doesn't, diminishing returns, not a good plan. My understanding is we're expanding the building on a project that we've approved. It's a whole separate deal that's supposed to improve customer service with that department and, various other benefits, deal with office space and so on. And that's obviously going to get a new roof on it because you do that when you build new stuff. And that new stuff is attached to the existing building, correct? I'm not an architect by any means, but I think it's probably general knowledge that a uniform roof over the whole building is a better idea than patched together. You can do patch together, but they tend to leak at the joint. So it's, and I would assume also if it's the same company that is doing the roof on the new part, that you're proposing to do the roof on the old part, that there's some cost savings in doing that.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
And there won't be any, the price, if we do it, if we put it off and do it in 2 or 3 years, the price
will go up.
will go up.
Well, anytime you're doing something standalone, obviously there's additional mobilization.
Just in general,
charge
things are
and
going
just
up.
The cost of material and everything going up. So again, this was something does not have to be done right now, but we were just trying to take advantage of the fact that a project got approved and
I'm in favor of, this to me seems like a wise investment. I don't know where we get the money, but I assume that Monica has figured that
She's
out.
taking all care of it.
And I would want to say real quick, so this is not something that's uncommon. Before the city hall roof got redone a few years ago, we were doing the same thing here. There was a lot of patching. We'd have leaks, we'd patch. It was constantly until we got to a point where we could actually budget for it in a fiscal year to take care of the roof, which we finally did. But until then, we had to, obviously limp the thing along. We just didn't have the funding to do all of this capital improvement projects we needed to do all at the same time.
Ms. May.
I think that the conversation, if I recall on Friday at the pre-agenda meeting, wasn't necessarily arguing the financial intelligence of this move. I think it was the commission had said we would like an update on the project overall. So I think if I can feel more comfortable about when that might be coming, I might be more inclined to approve this. I don't want to hold the whole project back because of the roof, but I really want an update. And I know we've asked for that several times.
Yeah, again, keep in mind, this was not part of that project. So this is something separate.
I know, I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying it's the same building and we're adding more money to this building. And we have asked to see the blueprints. We've asked to see the footprint. We've asked to see what's going where. We want to make sure, we're getting complaints about the customer service in the promenade building. There's no place to sit. It's too small. You can't talk to somebody. So we have some situations, with all of the service scattered around the city. Personally, I just want to make sure that we're using our space most effectively in order to serve the citizens.
Okay, understood. And we have no issue doing a project update. They really just got underway as far as the demo and everything with the front steps and getting everything
Yeah,
up
but
and
if they're
going.
going to tear it down, they know what they're going to build. I just want to see.
Yeah. So I guess my question is there's no change on those plans since the project was approved, which was all included in that backup as far as the layout, the footprint. But again, we can update all that.
Yeah, I definitely want to see an update on that. I don't have a problem approving the roof, but I really have a problem that I believe at least 3 or 4 of us asked for that.
So you're okay with the roof though?
Yeah, but the roof is
I mean,
not,
it's
it's not
the
the
building,
issue.
you gotta have a roof.
Right, but
You know-
that's not the issue. The issue is the entire project on schedule? Where are we on the budget on the whole project? Like what's going on with the whole thing? And I know we just went over there and did the
Yeah, we just got started.
I understand that, but before you get started with an actual shovel,
Mhm.
there are plans. And I would like to see an update of exactly what's going where. Where do you plan on putting everybody so that we maximize the space in that
We can
building?
have that to the 17th meeting.
That would be good.
And we just got going, so there's not a lot yet because it just got going. But we can give you an update on the 17th meeting. I'll get with William and have him put something together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do they do inside the building? The building needs a new roof. Mr. Segridge?
Thank you. Yeah, so, the original backup, the plans were incomplete. We still haven't seen the second floor designs. We were promised to see them. We haven't seen them. I don't have a problem with fixing the roof. I have a problem that we knew 2 years ago we needed to replace the roof and it wasn't included in the project. Now it's being presented to us as, hey, you can do it. It's going to be really smart. You're kind of an idiot for not doing it. Here you go. It's a forcing your hand. And I don't like that. Of course, we should replace the roof if we're going to undertake repairing this building and so on. That is the smart thing to do. We knew that was the smart thing to do when this originally came up for budget. My issue is we've already gone down this road. We've already approved the budget. I voted against it. But this number radically changes the amount of money we have to appropriate for this project. And I have serious questions about we're going to be spending all this money. Is it going to fix the problems? Is it going to fix the electric utility customer service problem? Is it going to give us a place for parking to be? Are we still going to have to be renting out places at $35 a square foot when we have city-owned property? Did we not build it small enough? So I know the others on the commission disagree with me. They think this project is a good project. I don't think it's a good project at all. We've redone this building many times, and there needs to be a buy versus build analysis. This is a significant enough number that it would definitely change my analysis. It's a 20% change in the cost of the project. So again, I don't have a problem. If we are moving forward with this project and that's what the rest of the commission decides, I'm still a no vote towards that. But if that's the way the commission decides, I'm not going to stand in the way of replacing the roof because as everyone has said, yeah, no kidding. You have to replace the roof. It's busted. I take real issue with the fact that we knew about it beforehand, didn't include it. And now we're saying, oh, it's a different project. It's not a different project. It's the same building. It's just been left out, whether it was left out on design or via a mistake, that's bad. And we have several large projects going on right now that we have many questions on the financials that are going on. The reason why I wanted to make a pause on it, I want to force staff's hand to give us the information we've asked for. And if I'm not getting the information that I'm asking for on it, I'm not approving budgets.
Okay. So, Mr. McBoy had number 1 as something that he wanted to talk about.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
So I looked at the minutes and I also listened to that portion of the meeting
Thank you.
regarding number 4.
Okay.
And it was approved to use the penny sales tax funds. And it did say up to the $1 million difference.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so if we're going to prove it, we would approve it at the $1 million at the same. So that's somehow an error.
We will get those schedules updated for the King Street parking garage. I apologize.
So we're going to amend it to the 1 million figure at this point, take off the 300,000. Okay. Mr. McBoy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So item 1 that I draw our attention to is utilizing a little over 100,000, 110 to cover costs for professional services related to implementing a downtown and residential paid parking program. I met with the team from WGI, including several of them from out of town yesterday as part of my one-on-ones. And I would suggest we slow on this a little bit to refocus. The reason that the team met with me, and I believe they're meeting with all of the commission, was that at a recent meeting, and I don't remember the date, somebody else here might, we had a presentation from the gentleman from, I believe, North Carolina from WGI, the consultant, and there was kind of a collective gasp and a good deal of backpedaling and a feeling like, well, that's not what we asked for. I would ask for us, and I discussed this with the consultant yesterday, that we perhaps recognize that we may have gotten the cart a little before the horse, that we do not know whether we are ready to put signs up saying, hey, paid parking is going to be over here or over there or wherever, and it's going to be this technology or that technology. I don't think we have done at least two things that are pretty important to do at the front end of that project, which is we debated yesterday whether it's to shake the bushes or beat the bushes, but really look hard at what existing possible parking is in fact available in the community, and what are the obstacles that prevent that from being used now, and could those be overcome in some fashion, or what would it cost, and what are those obstacles? And the other, to really carefully look at what do business owners downtown think about the idea of paid parking, paid on-street parking. And then, because everything I'm hearing is they're not happy with it at all. They do not think it will help their businesses, and many have expressed that they're hanging on by a thread and they don't really need something to push them over the edge. And the other thing we talked about that I think ought to get, moved up to the top of this contract is there does seem to be a real issue of folks who park for 8 hours or long periods in front of one or another business. But that is a very specific problem that probably could be worked out, and it might alleviate a lot of our parking needs if we did that. So those three things: look at what options are available in the community as part of the study, do a professional, neutral job of finding out what the businesses really think about on-street paid parking, and put the initial effort into trying to figure out the long-term parking, people who park for overly long and are a real problem with the on-street parking. I would ask that we do those things, that we restructure that contract before we approve a budget amendment for the money.
Okay, thank you. Who's first? Mr. Brown was first.
I was just going to mention, so the reason for obviously the meeting and the one-on-ones with all of you guys this week, and we'll have to do the vice mayor next week when she returns, was based on, after the update last month, the request was to have the one-on-ones with all of you, so we could kind of go back through the scope, what was approved and everything, and see how that scope needs to be massaged based on what comes out of all these one-on-ones, so they can come back to you guys with a revised scope based on all these conversations, just to make sure we're all on the same page, and see if that requires anything additional, if they're able to decrease it. So we're going to be coming back to you guys with basically what comes out of all these one-on-ones.
To
answer your questions.
I had my one-on-one today with them, and I don't disagree with the things that you say, but I think that part of their process as we go forward is to include those we talked about, at least one public meeting, lots of questions of businesses, citizens, what we're looking for, and also the concept of, before we go into the downtown right away, to perhaps, because one of the problems that we've had, there's in certain neighborhoods in the city, they're like hotspots where parking is a nightmare. I think it's G Street with the car repair places, just parking all over. There's a few places in the city that are problematic, and maybe to at least begin to tackle those problems, which are not expensive problems, that can be fixed with enforcement and maybe parking permits, before we go into the downtown. So I'm okay with approving this. I think that when we do in our one-on-ones talk with them, that might be something that we want to look at as different approach, but the residential areas first. Nobody likes change. I was recently up in New York State, and then friend of mine and I went to a little town, and we parked for lunch, and I took out my Park Mobile thing, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And it's free here. I'm like, "Not anymore." So things are changing, and I think people need to adapt to that. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be looking at and talking about as this study goes on. I don't think by approving this money, we're saying this is what's happening. They seemed to have, when I met with them today, they seemed to have pretty open idea about listening to us about ways that we can change the focus a little bit.
Absolutely. And after they massage that based on all of the one-on-one, that's obviously going to come back to all of you to make
Mhm.
sure you're all on the same page as far as, I guess, the way that they've kind of modified the initial scope.
Mhm.
So that's going to come back to you guys for approval.
Yeah. So it's a study. It's not saying what is going to happen. So Ms. May and Mr. Segrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you think that one of the things that might happen when they massage and modify task order 1, it's going to change the cost?
Possibly, but
Okay.
until we get through all of the one-on-ones, and then they kind of go back and formulate everything, depending on what all that is going to
Okay.
entail. If we're now talking about, say, interviews of all the downtown business owners, a lot more time, stuff like that. At this point in time, I can't say one way or another. But
Okay, so
that's gonna come.
and I agree with you. I think that it could. Do you think it would behoove us to hold this until we actually get a number from them so we don't have to come back and amend an amendment?
I guess that's a question for all of you.
Okay, and my other question then is, or it's not really a question, it's more of a statement. So I think if we said today, right now, should we start a paid parking program in Lake Worth Beach tomorrow? I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but my answer would be no.
Of course.
However, think about if you're going to do a rocket launch. You don't wait till the day before you blow up the rocket to build it. So we need to make sure that we're starting with the plan, you know, whether it be free, whether we wait until we have the garage built and we have free garage parking and paid on-street parking, or we have free parking in the lot right now where the garage is going to go, paid on-street parking, whether we start with some of the hot spots around town. I think those are things that this task order is supposed to cover. So I think we need to approve this. We need to move forward with it. I hear the statements that we don't need it today. And I agree with you. We don't want to do anything that's going to cripple the downtown vendors. However, if you look at what's coming, when you think about the Gulfstream and you think about the WMODA and you think about the 100 new apartments behind it, and people coming over to see them. And, you know, there's going to be a lot more cars here. We have to figure out what we're going to do with them. 2 other things is when we were looking today and I was talking with the consultants, we were talking about the valet parking. Well, right now they're charging for valet parking and then parking in our free spots. So that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if they're going to charge for parking, they should be paying us for somewhere to go. Although they say they have off street somewhere where they're putting the cars, I guarantee you, I've watched them park it. They're not. So we have to think about some of the ways we could start small. You know, some of the things that we could do, whether it's looking at how I mean, they had ideas about how we would have some sort of residential system downtown, because I feel for the people who live close to downtown who can't park in front of their house. And the guy that Joe Schmo next to him has 15 cars and they have 1 and can't even park at their own house. So there are issues. There are parking issues in this city that aren't, oh my God, we're going to have to pay for parking downtown tomorrow. There's so much more to this than that.
Right.
So I think we need to make sure that we're looking at it big picture, which is what this task order says. It said the first order is I believe it was, I don't know, something like planning and communication or something. It wasn't started tomorrow, but we need to make sure that we are ready for the demand that will be placed on our downtown at some point in the near future. I think definitely within 5 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Segrich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would agree with Mr. McVoy and the mayor's comments and some of Mimi's about, you know, one of the big things that it's missing is an analysis of our neighborhood problems. When I had my meeting, I thought it was a very productive meeting. I do believe their team is top notch. And my first comment to them was I counted 65 references to paid parking downtown and 5 references to residential in how they explained to me. which to me says that we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what this scope was. When we talked about this scope in our meeting, when we approved it, I believe, and I could be remembering wrong, but I truly believe that the conversation was substantially similar to the one we're having now, where we all said we want to expand the boundary. There's residential parking problems we need to address. There's the 8th Street, there's the issues by the parks, there's condos that have dedicated parking where it's never been officially given to them. There's areas of our city where you can't even drive down the street. It's a two-way street. There's so many cars. I've been given more than enough reason for me to not trust moving forward with something until we see it back in writing. This happened on a number of issues. So for me, you know, it's kind of all well and good that we all had this conversation and we're, quote, setting the direction. I want to see it back in writing. I'm in agreement with Mr. McVoy. I want to see the change in scope. Now, I understand they're working and I understand I want to move forward with them. And so for me, I would say, you know, let's approve 25% so we can at least start paying them because they are doing real work right now. But I am against approving the whole thing because I don't necessarily trust that the scope that moves forward is going to be what we just discussed until I see it in writing. That's, you know, it's an unfortunate place to be as a commissioner, that I want to see it in writing. I don't trust that what we say up here gets translated, but it's happened enough that I think it's prudent for us to wait, maybe approve 25%. And then when they come back with the rest of the scope, we will approve the rest, whatever it may be, up or down.
25% based on what?
Based on they're already doing existing work and they're going to be doing work to meet with all of us and revise a scope. You got to pay them.
I support that.
Monica, do they get paid all at once? How does that work?
Billed monthly.
Oh.
Yeah.
So 1/12 of this?
Yeah, based on the work they do. So you'll have their basically their scope and you'll have line items and they'll show you what percentage was done the previous month, what they're billing for.
Have we received it? I'm sorry, Anthony, I didn't mean to take over, but have we received a bill?
No, not yet. Not for this project.
Okay. So 25% makes sense.
Yeah, I think it just allows us to keep moving forward with them. It shows them that we are committed to them.
With good faith, yeah.
I think we all had productive meetings with them. At least mine went, you know, it wasn't contentious. They understood exactly what I was asking for. You know, and I viewed it as they came into it thinking, we need to tell you how to do paid parking downtown. And that actually wasn't the question I wanted from them. I wanted to understand, help us fix some of our parking issues around the neighborhoods and other areas of the city and so on. Because we already have 2 studies that say we need paid parking downtown. We don't need a third, but we need something that helps us with those
So
other
are you,
issues.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but so are you asking for them to come back to us with a piece of paper that says we have changed the scope? Is
Yeah,
that what you?
here's our new plan and new scope. And they said they would,
That's
you
what they're
know,
doing.
yeah, I mean, but I just,
Totally in agreement and.
yeah, I want them to be able to be paid, but I also want to, again, hold the purse strings until we actually get what we've asked for up here.
Okay, so.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
2 minutes, 50 seconds left.
10 minutes and 50 seconds.
2.
2 minutes and 50
2
seconds.
minutes, 50 seconds.
Well then, I don't want to go to
City
workshop
manager
on
has
this.
his light.
You can't have a
I
half
see
an
that.
hour on 11 items. That's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Mr. Brown,
Yeah, I just want to say, so at the 25%, so item 1 would now be $28,072.50. That would be
Okay.
the new number if you
Can you
guys
repeat
vote for
that?
the
$28,072.50.
$28,072.50.
072.
You can
That's-
round up by me.
Let's
29. And then we're going to hold off with item 3.
Mhm.
Item 4, we're going to get the number corrected
To 1 million.
back to 1 million. Okay. And then 11, I mean, I think 3 of us are in favor of doing the roof, whatever pass there might be. Am I correct in that or not? Do we agree that they need a new roof?
I think all 4 of us are in favor that we need a roof. I would just like to actually get the information we've asked for. We've asked for it.
But this is to approve the money for the roof. I understand the issues that you have with, you know, that.
So this is the only way I think that I'm going to get the answers.
I think if we make it very clear, I mean,
We've made it clear before.
well, I think we're here to approve either, you know, let's not delay things that we know need to be done.
And just for confirmation, You guys just want the plan set, the 100% construction drawings. What else are you asking for?
And the current status of the project, budgets and.
There will be an update on the 17th meeting on the project, but other than the update,
Full plan.
you just want the construction set of documents
Mhm.
and what else? I just want to make sure I'm giving you everything you're asking for. Okay, and that's it. Okay.
I just have a question about that. I have obviously have no objection to looking at them, but in terms of operations versus policy, I mean, are we going to start saying we think that office should be over there? Are we going to question how our staff has allocated the space? That's pretty,
I question a blank floor.
I mean, we were given the second floor with nothing on it.
We were told, nope, we have those plans. We're going to send them to you.
All right,
We've never
so-
gotten them.
all right. So, but in the meantime, do you want to hold up the 397 for the roof? I think staff has heard it loud and clear that they're going to bring them back on the 17th. So I mean, I'd like to go
The
ahead.
plans can be sent tomorrow. It'll
Tomorrow,
probably,
right.
depending on how large that file is, it'll probably just be like, we'll have to send you guys a link to
Right.
our Dropbox or something, but yeah, that can be done tomorrow.
Okay, so if we can, if that's going to happen, then I would like to see that passed and let us get going with the same company with the roof. So our clock is ticking,
Only Anthony can modify the motion.
right?
Okay, I
so-
would like to modify my motion to changing item 1 to $29,000
Right.
appropriation. Item 3 to delay
Right.
to March. Item 4 to correct it to be $1 million. And pass on everything else.
Okay.
Approve everything else.
I second the amended motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A lot of good impact. Now up C. The Bryant Park Fitness Court Design.
Madam Mayor,
there.
Commissioners, good evening. Stuart Sword, Assistant Director, Leisure Services. IT should be bringing up the presentation shortly on the National Fitness Campaign.
Is your
No,
on your,
turn your mic on.
oh, it is on. They don't have, it's our mic. It's the same kind. It has no red light.
Okay. Stuart Sword, Assistant Director, Leisure Services. Good evening. Have a brief presentation on the Bryant Park fitness recommendation. This is again very much being brought forward to the commission for approval of the concept, approval of location, and approval of the artwork. In terms of the money is already allocated in the fiscal year budget. I'll start driving here. Thank you for displaying that. In terms of Bryant Park, it's considered mid Bryant Park, so the location essentially be in between 2nd Avenue South and 3rd Avenue South. Oftentimes we kind of strew, south in the mid, so it's in that mid area. And
Is it where it is now today? Are we replacing that?
it'll be just north of that.
Okay.
Again, it's already approved. We did present this to the Bryant Park Neighborhood Association for their feedback, and they endorsed this. They were pretty enthusiastic about it. Current conditions of the fitness park, obviously, there's some degraded shade structure there. In terms of the equipment for the 5 are still there and being used today. I can talk that at the end, but there is a plan to perhaps rehab that. But we don't have those figures yet. So I'm going to just talk to the new equipment. Obviously, some of the structure being there on the ocean spray gets degraded. The new fitness concept. So in terms of the new equipment, this is the National Fitness Campaign is very, modern. It's a new trend. They have almost 700 of these type fitness courts throughout the United States. I believe there's over 30 in the state of Florida, the closest to us being Deerfield. So it's modern. In terms of the equipment, it's equipment you might see in some of the very popular gyms, F45, the Sweat 440, in terms of what people pay for, not only in Palm Beach County, but throughout the nation. It comes with a fitness app. You can download the app. I have the app on my phone. There's tutorial videos on there that show you some of the exercises you can do. As you can see, there's 30 stations, and different with this court versus what we currently have is all the equipment's fixed. So there's not as much movement or pivot points that you may see. It's full range. You can do push, pull, bend, lunge, squat, ability, step, full court range options. There's really about 200 different exercises you could do as seen in that photo right there. The price is approximately $193,500 is the price. And again, as previously stated, we do have $200,000 allocated. Now, with this national fitness campaign being a private and public partnership on their behalf, if we decide to move forward with them, they do essentially match $30,000, which drives that cost down to the 193. So some of that comes from subsidies from private companies, most of them being in the health and wellness industry. The slab is not included. So initially we had thought we could do that slab in-house. As we looked at the specs and actually got the drawings, we realized we could not do it in-house, but we do have the money in our field maintenance from O&M to pay for the concrete work. So in terms of, transparency, the price will probably be closer to $230,000, but the $30,000 we could pull out of the O&M for our field maintenance fund. In terms of, what it can offer, you can see there, most of their drills that they have in the tutorials on the app, and the app is very user friendly. Like I said, I have it on my phone. You can watch the app, you can kind of user's choice, pick your own workout. But the ones that they recommend are kind of 7-minute workouts. It's also ADA accessible, which is kind of a nice feature in terms of being user friendly to all the population in the community. The local artist aspect. So there are two sides to this. I would call this like the tall side or the closed side, and there's the open side. So when we get into the placement and the location, that'll make more sense. But this is a local artist piece. Now they can offer up some of their factory artwork. And you don't do local art, but being that we're an art friendly community, I would recommend we leverage this right here. I would also recommend we select possibly 1 to 3 or local artists volunteer during the street painting festival. Now there's different types of artists, right? Some of the artists that participate in street painting may not be able to do this rendering, but the basic concept is we tell the artist what we want the rendering to look like. They do the rendering, they provide it to the National Fitness Campaign, they take it into a vector image, and they print that in a vinyl wrap. So when it shows up for install, it'll already have that artwork on there. So in talks with some of the community stakeholders, their recommendation is for that rendering to look like the Lake Worth Lagoon around the 1900s. Now, could we do a collage of a couple things, the 1900s to current day? Sure. But I think, in terms of the artist, they're going to ask, what do you want the rendering to look like? So that is what we propose, obviously open for comments and feedback. In terms of the placement, initially we were looking at placing this where the current fitness park is. However, we are going to look at rehabbing that equipment. That's kind of its own separate project, but this will be just north of the current fitness park area. If you're familiar with where the rocks are, the rock placement formation, it'd be in just north of that by literally a few feet. The photo there to the right shows some of the taller shade trees, and that would be the placement for the 38 by 38 foot concrete slab.
So there would be shade.
We would leverage some of the existing shade. And in phase 4 of Nest plan, they would also bring in some additional shading as well. But just common sense placement is kind of open space that's sandy. It's not really utilized. There's already large existing shade trees.
Point out, is it in, because you said north of the existing one, which is off the top of that map,
No, south.
up the,
The existing one is south of that.
That green icon outlined in the blue outline would be the placement of it. And that those rock formations is just to the south of that blue and green rectangle there.
so you're up, that parking lot is
So you
the,
use your light if you would.
that
Mr. McCoy?
parking lot is the boat trailer parking lot, is that correct? Up at
Correct.
the
Yeah.
top?
Correct.
Miss May?
How tall is the tall side?
I don't have that in front of me.
I just, because it's not gonna be a big blockage of view, is it?
When I stood there and walked the ground there, and we had numerous community stakeholders with us, if that rendering is done correctly, like not more modern futuristic art, and it looks like rendering of 1900s, it could actually serve as a really good backdrop for a photo. So if a family's over there for a picnic or a family reunion, and we align that, and that would be the placement of it, you'd be looking at the Intracoastal as such. You could use it as a backdrop for a photo.
Mhm.
So the height, I believe, is in the range of 8 foot. I'd have to look at the spec sheet.
Okay, that's a good idea for the pictures.
Do I see your leg?
There are,
Mr.
there are shade options because I know obviously we live in South Florida, so it's always a concern of shade. But you know, the artificial shade comes with a price tag. We do the concrete work, we can set the footers for possible a CIP in the future and bring the shade in later. But leveraging some of the natural shade, and then phase 4 of Nest, I think will kind of be at least an initial placehold for shade. But you can see the price tag right there is about $68,000, and we definitely don't have that allocated. I'm not asking for it. I'm just presenting it as a future way forward.
Do we have the money allocated, the 100 and something?
Correct. It's already allocated.
It's
in the
already
budget. Yes.
Well, all the lights are. Mr. Segwich, give you a shot.
Thank you. This looks wonderful. I think people really appreciate it. Just for, people at home, looking at the small rendering, it's kind of hard to tell. Would this have room for, let's say, Mr. McVoy's yoga group to go down there and practice yoga in and around the equipment, or is it not large enough?
I think it would really depend on the size. If you had a small yoga group, probably 4 to 6, yes, but a lot of the larger yoga groups of 25 probably would not. It'd be kind of chunky. Now, could some people be on some of that formation? They surely could, but it'd be difficult to get all 20 or 25 on there.
Okay. In terms of the artwork, I do like the natural look, but also, thinking about Street Painting Festival and so on, maybe a collage of some of the featured artists from street painting, that because it is a very large wrap. And I'm just kind of thinking of some of the other murals that we have around the city that are a little bit patchwork, or even the artwork under the bridge there, kind of standing alone. Something like that might be really cool
We could
to
open
have.
it up also for an
ideas.
local art competition.
Yeah, we could do a competition.
Yeah, it'd be cool if there was water stuff, because it's on the water.
Yeah. I'm glad to hear that you guys are looking into rehabbing the other sunshade, because
It's used. That
yeah, it's
equipment is really
yeah, I
used.
go by there every day, and there's always people there, and it'd be great if we were able to economically rehab that, at least get a couple more years out of it, just as a total kind of aside, but it just occurred to me this morning when I was walking through there, looking at the work that they're doing on the South Pavilion. We forgot about the obelisk. So our obelisk is falling over.
It's been falling over for quite some.
But I'm just saying, if we could put it all in, since we're talking about pouring a new concrete footer, if we could at all maybe include this one,
Get it righted.
getting some pork into this, an earmark. But if we could at all kind of include that into something like this, but I think this is great. I think this is going to get utilized a ton, yeah, that's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. May.
Just quickly, Stu, I'm just worrying about heat. Is it going to be this dark blue color? Is that standard?
Let me go back, make sure we're looking at the same photo. Is this the best photo?
No, Q, that's under the shade. Keep going back. There.
I just don't want it to be too hot.
It's going to be hot.
I think it's why we got to leverage some of that natural shade and then set conditions for the artificial shade.
So it is
in
blue,
future
like
years.
that's the color
Correct,
of it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm excited about this. 5 years ago, I was approached by a company that was very similar to this, and I brought it to the commission, and there was zero interest in it. So I'm really glad now that you're coming up with this, because I think it's a wonderful program, a wonderful project. The shade, I'm always concerned about shade, but I love it. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Mr. McCoy?
Thank you. A couple of things, in answer to Commissioner Segrich's question on the yoga. Nice thought to combine it, but remember that yoga folks do quiet relaxation in terms of things. People often bring music when they're doing exercise. Just doing the yoga on the grass is fine.
Okay.
And I wouldn't try to combine those two things, but I appreciate the thought of looking out for that part of the exercise world. One thought of your orientation, it was turned sort of diamond style, and you mentioned having that lagoon wrap as background. You might want to orient it north-south so that when people take the picture, they're looking out over the water as opposed to toward the sewage handling plant.
Let's skip to that slide. I think we had it up. Here we are.
See, I just rotated I guess 45 degrees, but that's, just a thought on because the photography background idea, hadn't thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense.
So the high side would essentially parallel that paved surface road. Some call it a jogging trail, some call it a road. So the high side would be nearest to the paved road and almost geometrically in line with it.
Right. Whereas if you're looking, I think most people would take the picture looking straight out to the lagoon. So I'd rotate it so that the flat side runs north-south,
The way
possibly.
the reason we
thought.
said it like that, because it aligns with the shade best like that.
Yeah.
So we could, but
Yeah, I'm looking at Google Earth and, the shade from the east is palm trees, which is no shade. The shade from the west is a little better. There are some big trees in there, but there aren't very many right next to it. But that is an excellent segue to my next comment, which you can guess is going to be shade. Now, you might not remember my next one, which is Ed's left, but those guys are good at setting poles. It'll give them the heebie-jeebies to set the pole at an angle, but I'll bet they could set telephone poles, and I'll bet we might have some old wood ones floating around. Now you don't have to worry about corrosion
Yes,
because
sir.
wood's okay. And I'll bet you could get a sale for a pretty reasonable price and just put it on carabiners or whatever, so you can take it down for the hurricane. Don't try to keep it up, build one that has to stay up for a hurricane. It's not that hard to take them down. And
Bless you.
remember that a lot of the time the sun angle is still cooking you, but it's at a decent angle. So make the shade much bigger than that 38 by 38
yes, sir.
to make it really useful. I'm thrilled to hear that you are thinking of doing some rehab, at least partial, on the one down near the south parking lot, the existing exercise area. I, like some of the other commissioners, when we do our yoga a little north of that, and I always see people using that. Not a ton, but I also think there'd be more if everything was working, or more of it was working, and if the shade was up. So I'm all for seeing if we couldn't. Yeah, some of it's a little rugged, but maybe we can sandblast it or whatever and
Yes, sir.
repaint. So do them both. I think that's great.
What action are you looking for tonight?
Just approval on one, the National Fitness Campaign design of the fitness court, the location, and then the way forward with the artwork. In terms of, we will attempt to select 1 to 3 artists at the Street Painting Festival. We'll give them that rendering if we can get.
So you're
concurrence.
thinking about talking to people who are artists at the Street Painting Festival?
Correct.
I
Some
like
of the
mayor's
featured artists are also local artists, so we'll just reach out.
Yeah,
to local
can we
artists.
Give them don't give them the rendering. Let them come up with some stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think I'm all for this and I think we should approve it, but that art thing, let's just kind of that's not the first thing we need to do. Right,
Right.
right.
Right. Let's come back to how to do that.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
And
Aye.
there's one
Aye.
thing I was going to add. and
Well,
I
you're
can't think
done.
what it
We
was.
just- Are you gonna vote?
Uh,
We all voted. Are you gonna vote?
Yeah, I'm trying to think there was some other, I'm with Commissioner May on the coloration of the bottom. Think heat. Think light. Think how to keep it clean. I don't know.
Thank you. Are you gonna vote?
Yes.
Yes. because that's-
Giant magic erasers.
Well, my brother pointed out those
Okay,
have a
oh,
lot of
Okay,
particles.
so that's 4 in favor of it. It passes. Thank you and thank you for that work. This is exciting. And the one that had came to us was they could either provide the art or,
Guys?
I don't know if it's the same guys, but nobody
similar.
wanted it when I tried it a few years ago. Anyway, let's move on. D. Resolution 8/2026 authorizing execution, delivery of lease purchase agreement with Delage London Public Finance LLC to finance the lease and purchase of golf carts from Club Car LLC. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
We got cards.
I have a card. Ramsey McLeod.
Sorry, who made the second? I didn't hear anybody in the mic.
Segrich.
Mr.
Thank
Segritt.
you.
Ms. McLeod? There you go.
Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I read through this thing more than once and I'm just outright totally confused. I don't understand why we keep entering into a 5-year lease for 70 golf carts, but then after the 3rd year, the warranties are expiring on most of them. This time we entered into a lease in 2022. They were supposed to be, the warranty is supposed to be good for 4 years. But as the backup stated, most of them were done in year 3, which was last year, and they expect the rest of them to expire in June of this year. So why are we getting in a 5-year lease over and over again? We're not getting golf carts that last 4 years, which is supposed to be the end life of their warranty. We're getting them for mostly 3 years, but our indebtedness is for 5. Now we're going to switch out and get into another 5-year lease, which what's going to happen? Is it going to be year 3 that we start losing part of it? Are we getting a new contract that says, listen, if you give us, are we getting used golf carts? Are we getting brand new ones? And if we're getting brand new ones, why are they falling short of the 4-year warranty and they're expiring at year 3? Do we have a clause in the contract that says, listen, if you give us a golf cart and they don't end up doing the 4 years and it expires at 3, then you need to give us a substitute for the full 4-year of warranty. I didn't see anything like that. I feel like we're in a catch-22 and we keep going around and around in this thing. Apparently, it's not cost effective for us to invest in golf carts, retain them and maintain them. So if we're going to keep doing this, I think we need a better deal. And I don't think we're getting the full life out of the golf carts when they say we get a 4-year warranty and we're coughing most of them up in year 3. I just don't see the logic to keep entering into the same agreement when it keeps falling short. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zegridge.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question is, how many golf carts do we have right now that are fully functional?
Well, we have Marty Caifano. I'm the director of golf, the golf course manager, Lake Worth Beach Golf Club. We have 70 golf carts right now that are functional. Yeah, and in answering to the model lease question, see, we've got into these 5-year leases, but we have an option to get out of the lease like after 3 years or 4 years. So like ideally, with the way the batteries have been operating in the past, we're under lithium ion batteries now. In the past, we've had cell batteries that needed water and they didn't last as long. You didn't get much battery life. Lithium ion batteries are new to the whole world right now. This is the first set of golf carts we've had with lithium ion. One issue, your lithium ion batteries are supposed to give you 54 holes each day on a full charge. What we're running into now is, now that we're in our 4th year with the carts, the batteries are only starting to get about 2 rounds of life each day. The scary part is if we start dropping down to 1 round per charge each day, we're going to lose, thousands of dollars a day in revenue if we wait too long to turn these carts over and get a new lease. Warranty on the lithium ion batteries is a 5-year warranty on those, but that's only if they malfunction, if you can't use the batteries anymore, not if they don't give you as much hours per day or much rounds per day. You understand? Yeah.
So is there any cost to us for getting out of the current lease?
Well,
What's the financial impact of breaking the current lease?
Without cost.
It's with the same company, so the upcharge.
Oh, yeah, same
is,
company.
the upcharge is that $1,700 a month is the upcharge. But Marty, it was part of the backup. I don't see it here. I think we modified it. It did show all the maintenance charges, but like replacing a battery, we can spend the $1,700 upcharge in doing the maintenance to keep that fleet operational.
Mhm.
And that's one of the things him and his crew does, is keep the fleet operational.
Yeah, I'm familiar with lithium ion batteries. We use them in dive scooters, and even a small one is $1,000. So I can imagine the one that for the golf carts probably in the $2,000 to $3,000 range per new one. I could be wrong, but it's at least 1,000. I know that. Are they just basically like when you're, I don't know about golf cart leases, but had problems in the past with corporate cars where they keep breaking the lease early and they just keep rolling that upcharge in. And to Ramsey's point, are we in a situation where we are just kind of rolling that charge for breaking the lease into the new lease? And as we keep going, are we going to end up? So, I had a company that ended up with a, $2,500 car payment for a car that you could lease for $500. because they had just rolled it and rolled it and rolled it and rolled it. So so is that upcharge because they're newer and more expensive, or is it because there's 2 years left on your lease and you're just going to keep paying for it?
The upcharge is because we're at that sweet spot. We're about the 4-year mark, and you can do the trade-in, you get the more modern car, a couple more modern amenities. And some of the drive too, Marty didn't mention it, is that the carts are subjected to the king tides. If you've been down there when that water's down there, a lot of the amateur golfers don't realize where the batteries place on that golf cart, and they just run through the water. And then, Marty makes money off the round, but then he spends 1,000% of that to replace the cart in terms of the wear and tear and the exposure and oxidation and stuff like that. So that's another factor that, degrades like that operational readiness status of those carts.
And for the batteries, they don't give you, you're saying the warranty is just for complete failure of it, not for degradation of charge.
Yeah.
Do they have any program to talk about degradation of charge? Because it sounds like they're hitting 50% of charge capacity potential. To me, that's kind of a complete failure.
Well, that hasn't happened yet. I'm just saying, to protect ourselves, the sooner we get the new carts, the better off we are. We don't want to take that chance, because right now we're getting a good 2 rounds out of it, but that's going to be a little bit of a challenge the next couple of months to keep that going as we're busy.
And then,
so the sooner we
how would you characterize the success of the golf course as of late? Are we seeing good months in terms of rounds and finances?
We did 314,000 in revenue this past month, which was excellent. That's higher than we've ever gotten in the month of January in the past. So, and we're maximizing our rounds. We're in good shape. But battery life around what we're getting per charge for 2 rounds, we're going to feel a little bit of effect of that. I think in the next couple of months, might have to drop back on rounds, so we don't have people waiting for golf carts and that sort of thing. So it's beneficial for us to get the new carts. How long does it take to charge? About 5 hours.
Oh,
Yeah. The fully charge. Yeah.
are you done, Mr. Secretary?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. McBoy?
Just a question. Can one swap out the batteries and swap battery technology, but not necessarily change the carts? Are the carts?
Well, you can only replace the batteries if they malfunction. If the warranty covers a new battery if it's inoperable, not if it just doesn't give you enough.
No, but I'm saying, would it be an option rather than changing the lease to get? And I don't know whether we're getting all new. I think Commissioner Segridge asked that question. Are these going to be all new, brand new golf carts?
Yeah, they'll be new carts. Our carts, first of all, our car paths were in horrible shape for years. We just had those redone, which was excellent, and we appreciate that. But the carts have taken a beating between that and the king tides. The carts they're in poor condition right now because of what they went through the last few years. We really need to get new carts. Now the batteries, to replace the batteries, I believe the battery cost of a new battery is in the realm of like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. I mean, they're expensive. So looking at trying to replace the batteries is not a great option.
Okay, and I suggest putting some battery container. If you're having people run through the water, put the batteries in a container to keep the water off the terminals.
Well, we do our best to try to, if the water comes above the floor of the cart, we won't let the carts go out. We watch that with the king tides. We try to be careful with that because it'll damage the batteries if it comes up too high.
And that's one of the reasons if you ever see the golf court closed, it's probably because the water's rising on the course. And it's not that it couldn't be, it's just protection of the course and the equipment.
Yeah.
Now that $17.50 a month, is that for that's the total or not for each golf cart?
That's the total. It's basically $25 a cart per month.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't. Okay, and the Mr. Segridge?
Do we currently utilize the Visage GPS technology with the carts, or is that something new that we're getting with this new round of carts?
The GPS is it's a good option. It would cost us more to get the GPS on the carts. We really don't need it that much. So many people get the technology like on their watches with GPS and on their phones, and it's not a high priority for us. It's a nice perk for high-end clubs that have the extra money to spend. I don't think it's going to get us more rounds of golf.
That's an option we didn't calculate at that
Okay. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
Mhm.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, up next is E, which is.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, could you speak into your mic?
Yes, I could.
Thank you very much.
Certainly could. Next up is E, Park Mobile LLC Service Agreement for Parking Meter Software Systems and Related Projects. Do I have a motion?
Oh, sure. Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. McCoy?
Just one question on that. One of the advantages to doing not quarters, but the credit card, Park Mobile kind of thing is that potentially we get a lot of data. I just want to make sure that our contract specifies that we get the full set of data that Park Mobile gets so that we can use that in our planning and thinking about. And I think the answer is yes, we do, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, Stewart Sword Leadership says yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. We have two public, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Todd Townsend, followed by Ramsey McLeod.
Hi, Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. Your favorite person. They like Ramsey. Everybody likes Ramsey. Remember, I'm so old, I could read minds. Okay. So, on parking meters, we're not ready for Todd Townsend, 502 South J Street. We're not ready for parking meters downtown. We're a struggling downtown with increasingly empty storefronts, and we don't have an attraction. And the Wiener,
Not about that, but go ahead.
isn't it?
No, it's for the beach. It's maintaining our Park Mobile system.
Oh, well, then I won't waste any more of your time.
Thank you very much.
You're very well. Isn't that nice? You're welcome.
Sir. Ramsey McLeod? Good try. Good try.
I'll be back when that comes back.
No doubt.
I may or may not be back when he comes back. I don't know. Ramsey McLeod, 24 South C Street. I appreciate your clarity, Mayor, because I was not under the impression that this Park Mobile agreement was specifically just for the beach. I thought this was a prelude to the project of downtown parking. But having said all that, I'm still going to make my comments. As stated in the staff report, the contract value is a quote, the contract value is an estimate based on projected uses and is recorded as a liability to the city, which does not result in a direct expense. Can someone please explain what this actually means? Because I'm under the impression we're not getting anything for free. There's some kind of a cost involved with this. And secondly, will there ever be an expense associated with purchase, or is that something that can't be calculated until the data is actually in and the equipment is actually in and is fully operational? Do we not have any projected expense based on similar cities using the same system? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. McBoy, your light is on.
I had the same question reading that sentence. I could not make sense out of it. And I 100% agree with, so to make it specific, does this relate only to the beach or does it relate eventually to the downtown? Because I think we're maybe differing understandings there. And second, the question that Ms. McLeod raised on, I was sort of struck that there was not the use. Yeah, it said fiscal impact analysis not applicable. Well, my understanding is that the parking at the beach is kind of what drives the finances of the beach. So it seems like it's quite applicable. And is it not possible, even if you can't get an exact number, is it not possible to get based on past years or based on adjacent communities or based on whatever, to get some sort of numbers for us to be able to look at?
Stuart Sword, Leisure Services. So the first question, it's the beachfront currently and the Bohemian, right? So anywhere we're currently charging, right, is a Park Mobile. Park Mobile is an essential and an enduring service that I recommend we would definitely continue with. The cost in terms of the cost analysis to the city, it is essentially nothing because the cost is offset to the paying customer in the sum of 39 or 40 cents, right? So they pay for the service of Park Mobile, not the city. It's just an agreement that we have with them and pretty much some of the data sharing.
Thank you. Mr. Segridge?
It's kind of like a credit card processing fee.
Yeah.
As they use it, we pay it out.
Okay.
Right. Not we, the city.
Well, we charge $10, 40 cents comes out of that $10, so you get $9.60.
I'm sorry, could you speak into your mic, Commissioner? Thank you.
Somebody pays $10, 40 cents comes out of that, so we get $9.60. It's like just like accepting credit cards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
I said I.
I didn't hear you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next up. F. Work order with M&M Asphalt doing business as All County Paving for paving and concrete repair work at South G Street. Do I have,
Motion to approve, assuming those are peanut M&Ms.
second?
Sure, May.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do you want to say something, Mr. Brown?
So I was gonna thank you guys. This is obviously something that was budgeted. So yeah, and you guys just did the cleanup over MLK weekend. It was kind of funny because on the following Monday, there was a request to possibly see if we could get the roads in that area added to an agenda and get that on the list. This was already on this meeting, but of course we said we'll move immediately and get that added to the next agenda and get those taken care of. So I do
That's
appreciate
great.
it. This is
Okay,
allowed. If anyone hasn't seen 8th Street today, we're doing that right now, from 6th all the way to the traffic circle, and we're doing a lot of paving right now. So I'm trying to take care of a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Item number G, resolution.
Did we vote?
Yeah, we did. 4-0. I asked
Oh,
if
okay.
you voted and you said you did.
Okay.
Resolution 7-2026, approving the 2026 agreement with the supervisor of elections and establishing the city's canvassing board for the March 2026 election. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I have no problem with the narrow details of this. Getting the supervised election to be our canvassing board is fine and so on. I just do want to go on record that I don't approve of the need for this because I didn't approve of the process that we went through or didn't go through. We didn't do a charter review committee. We didn't do very much public input. I'm very concerned about the information campaign. I've been repeatedly assured that it all meets the election requirements. I don't believe it. I don't think anybody of good conscience could look at the information that's been put out and say that it's neutral. So for all those reasons, I will be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Segridge.
Sorry, I had a similar related comment, but when talking with people about the referendums and specifically around the supervisor elections and the change to our charter around our election processes, this is what we're talking about. This is how our elections work. This is how pretty much all of the elections work for municipalities in Palm Beach County. We utilize the supervisor elections. And when this charter amendment first came up, I was very skeptical. I gave Jamie a rash of crap about it. I couldn't believe, why are we not following our charter? How dare we not follow our charter? And they beat me into submission and showed me the proof of, and as well as reaching out to Wendy Link and understanding that the world passed us by in terms of this is how the elections are run in Palm Beach County, almost exclusively. And we just need to update the paperwork in our city so that, quote, we're in compliance with our charter. And that's where, I get a little frustrated with seeing the movement of vote no on everything. And for me, it really shows that people who are saying vote no on everything, you're just not taking the time to look at what's actually being asked to be voted on. This is an example for me that there's zero wrong. And actually, if we vote this down, it may create an issue for the city where we might be forced to break from this and then have to get our own charter review board and all of this other stuff. So, I just would like people listening to understand that this is a perfect example of what that one amendment in particular is. This is what we do all the time. This is how I think the clerk said since like 13 years or more, is how
Since 1973, Commissioner.
since 1973. So, I want to encourage everybody. That's true. That's scary. No matter how you feel about, certain amendments, please, read them all and practice a little bit of restraint. And, you may have not liked the process. You may have not liked some of the other things, but there are some things in there that just had to be done. And please take the time to educate yourselves on those. And I'll be hosting several town halls on it, but on this one particular item, it's a good example of that.
All right. So a card. Ms. Colmeyer.
Catherine Colmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. The commission said when they were putting these amendments on the charter that two of the amendments, the supervisory election one and the police and fire one, were just housekeeping. And it hasn't affected how the city operates. The fact that that's in the language, it doesn't represent any danger to the city to keep that language as it is, but you would not have bothered to have a whole election just for those two items, nor presumably the city manager item, because it's pretty expensive to have an election. So I think what I object to is the fact that the charter amendments are on the ballot this March, despite overwhelming majority of people saying that they would rather they go through a charter review committee at Commissioner May's town hall, which she held last year, to hear what the residents said. And then everybody just disregarded what the majority of people said and just went ahead anyway and put these amendments on the ballot this March. And then the city produced a informative brochure that failed to mention the word vote anywhere in that brochure, although what the charters 2 and 3 actually do is take away the requirement for the residents to vote on a lease between 30 and 99 years for the beach and 20 and 99 years for west of A1A. So the citizens will no longer need to vote on that, i.e. all the power goes to 3 people on the commission to make a decision about major developments. And looking at how much attention the commission pays to residents who come and speak, I think it might be just as well that our voice can still be heard through voting, if no other means. So
Thank you, that's time.
Objecting to this. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Okay, 3-1, passes 3-1. Okay, now we're moving back to the beginning of the, not to the middle of the thing. Public here, I think all we have left is public hearings.
Comfort break?
Comfort break, it's 9 o'clock, comfort break, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, no. Okay, for Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, I'm just waiting for you. It is 9:24 and we
Waiting
have
and-
reconvened.
Okay, great. Thank you. Folks, we're gonna get back started. Okay, we are talking about public hearings A, ordinance 2026-01. Second reading, please read by title.
Ordinance 2026-01, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 21 traffic, article 1 general, amending section 21-16 permits for special events to establish requirements and procedures for special event applications and permits and providing for severability, complex codification and effective date and for other purposes.
Well done, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion? Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do we have cards on? I'm sure we have a few. Sure we do. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have any cards on this?
I have two, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. All right, we're gonna read the cards first. Oh, crunchy over there. Could you make sure your microphone's off while you crunch away? Okay. Mike T. Mike. Yeah, I can barely read this. Mike T, right? Or Mac, I mean, does anyone recognize that? It's written in pencil, 1409 Michigan Drive. Calling once. Calling twice. Sir, is there anybody out in the hallway? All right, well, we'll see if he comes back. Jana Cook. Followed by Olivia Griffin. Okay, first just state your name and address, please, including your town.
Hi there, my name is Olivia Griffin. My address is 1343 Fairfax
So
Circle.
you have to speak up and say
Hi there, my name is Olivia Griffin. Address
Griffin.
Olivia Griffin, yeah.
Oh,
Is it
I
Olivia?
called for Gianna Cook, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Olivia Griffin.
Okay. Yep, my name is Olivia Griffin, 1343 Fairfax Circle East.
What town?
Boynton Beach.
Boynton Beach, thank you.
Hello, I just wanted to talk about the regulations that you guys are trying to pass for public spaces. Public spaces and parks exist to be enjoyed by the community. Requiring permits for regular social activities will only make it more difficult for large families, groups of friends, and community members to use and enjoy public spaces. Please do not make it more difficult to share food between community members. I heard earlier a couple of you expressed genuine concern for vulnerable members of our community. Earlier, the commission recognized that homelessness is a serious social and economic problem affecting all levels of our society and designated February 27th as the Lord's Place March to End Homelessness Awareness Day. I do find it ironic that the committee is actively trying to create hurdles for homeless and vulnerable members of our community to eat at food shares while proclaiming that we need to raise awareness for homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Gianna Cook. Gianna Cook. Hunter Thames. Followed by Ms. Colmeyer. And me.
Hello, my name is Hunter Thomas.
My address is 1343 Fairfax Circle East, Boynton Beach. I think the public spaces are paid for by our tax dollars and are for the community. Allowing groups to have easy access to these spaces supports the community. I just wanted to voice my disagreement with the efforts to add bureaucracy to food sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colmeyer? Followed by V.
Catherine Kohlmeyer, 503 First Avenue South. Okay, so in the recent years, a housing crisis was declared. I can't remember exactly when it was, the meeting where you decided about ARPA funds, but I rewatched that meeting last week. And Commissioner McVoy was suggesting that $1 million from the ARPA funds were just set aside, not spent, but set aside while staff coordinated with outside agencies, perhaps like the Lord's Place, for example, to find if there was a way that the city could use those funds to help with the unhoused situation, which has been declared a crisis, perhaps by having a case manager coordinate things, so efforts to help people were more coherent and joined up. Now, we heard the captain from PBSO talk about what they're doing, which apparently they've been doing since May, and it sounded all very wonderful, and that's a beginning. But I can't believe that the resources they have and the services they're giving is sufficient for the problem. Those ARPA funds that were asked to be set aside, the commission voted 4-1 against even setting it aside, and they didn't want staff to spend time doing it. It wasn't staff's place. They didn't want to duplicate the PBSO efforts. In fact, they were not interested. This commission, with the exception of Commissioner Segrich, who wasn't elected at the time, were not interested in addressing that. And then we have
Thank you, that's time.
I'm just going to say the city is trying to get rid of the homeless people and make them uncomfortable here.
V. And what is your last name? CELLO? Oh. Feel good.
Some
English
batteries.
teacher.
I'm always writing on my knee when I'm out there. I've been here a long time tonight. 1134 19th Avenue North. The sharing of food that goes on in the parks are not only a protest to food insecurity, which we've heard so much about tonight from two different organizations. We know that it exists in Lake Worth Beach, but they're also a protest against the systems that perpetuate food insecurity, about the wealth disparity, which we've also heard a lot about tonight. So we exist that the systems are a problem. We understand that food insecurity is a problem in Lake Worth. What we're doing is sharing food in a communal environment with our friends and neighbors, people whose names we know, people whose stories we've heard. These are not, we're not a charity. We're not trying to plug into church. What you're legislating against is sharing food in a public park. And when you vote on this tonight, all I can hope is that I can flip one more person's opinion to see how legislating against sharing food in a public park could hurt a lot of people. Yes, many of them homeless, many of them living below the poverty line, even if they are housed, but also parents, also, school groups, AA meetings, as we've discussed. I've been here. We've all been here. We've been coming and begging. We're not begging you to solve this crisis. We're just begging you not to make it harder, not to criminalize people who are doing, a food share. You don't have to make criminals out of well-intentioned people or people having a party in the park. You don't have to make it a criminal offense or an ordinance issue. It could be something that we solve together as a community. You could call a special meeting. If this is such an issue of people being in parks, there's a lot of other solutions and a lot of willing participants, a lot of people who've spent a lot of hours waiting to speak to you about this. There is no reason to make new criminals.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you. Melissa Salerno. Followed by Jamie Ballister.
Melissa Salerno, 501 South End Street. Criminalizing the homeless and impoverished does not work. It is counterproductive by way of cost to the taxpayers and promotes over-policing with violent tactics. There is a tremendous body of research demonstrating these facts and providing ample and effective solutions that exist. And yet we continue to arrive here at answers that deplete us financially, spiritually, and emotionally. A society that aims to excise its most vulnerable people rather than support them is a society that is bankrupt in every possible realm. You all are hollowing out the very things that make the city of Lake Worth Beach special. Our unique brand of welcoming acceptance, our come as you are community, a sanctuary of space where you are able to be exactly who you are. Restrictive, obstructive ordinances like these aim to erode all the things I love about Lake Worth Beach. And in your attempt to eradicate one problem, you have created a Pandora's box in overreach and inequity just waiting to be unleashed. You will never convince me that this is about public safety because it's not. This ordinance is about public discomfort. The public does not want to face the fact that despite all of our wealth, we are so poor. We would rather resort to blame, shame, and punishment than to examine why so many among us are hurting. It's a futile attempt to abandon a societal problem by pushing it out of certain spaces. And I hate to tell you, in case you haven't noticed, but we're not going anywhere.
Thank you. And I'll call once again. Oh, Jamie Ballister? No, gone? Okay. And Mike T, calling again for Mike T? Nope. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I have two comments.
Yep, thank you.
First comment is from Sam Smith, 109 North Palmway. I'm in favor of moving public food sharing out of Bryant Park. However, I am not in favor of moving public food sharing to other parks in the city. I would suggest holding these events at the Hatch and/or the Lake Worth Beach PBSO substation, both of which are centrally located and easy to access. I am not in favor of the currently proposed ordinance as I think it will create unintentional problems. If I have a private party at my home with more than 25 attendees and a couple of people are standing in the street or on the public sidewalk, this proposal indicates that I need to obtain a permit because I am interrupting or impeding the usual flow of pedestrian traffic. Private events should not require permitting from the city. And the last comment is from Jordan Thompson, 112 Via de Casas Norte, Boynton Beach. Everyday people are struggling to afford basic necessities right now. Banning food shares would make things even harder. I'm strongly against banning food shares or creating any barriers to hosting these events. Food shares are neighbors helping neighbors, which is what we need more of right now. Thank you very much for reading my comment.
Thank you.
That's the last comment I have tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm asking us to go to line 157. It's on page 3, bottom of the page. This is under, just for the folks listening, the special events permits for food sharing events. And it talks about the number of special events permits for food sharing events to the same group person within a consecutive 12-month period. There are 3 parks that have been identified as, okay. So if you look at line 157, it's blank. No more than blank special event permits for food sharing will be issued. I think we need to look at that number. We had, it was like 2, and then we talked about 4. There are a number, and I'm not really sure of the number. It's up in question how many groups are actually doing this, feeding at this point. But I the more I think about it, I would like to relax that number a little bit and afford more opportunities for people to do this. You know, we're talking about one of the biggest issues that we had, you know, Bryant Park with the playground and the kids going down there. So I don't have a number, but if and I'm so bad at math. So if if one group had 4 opportunities for each park, that's 12. So each group could feed once a month. I'd like to up that to help them have, because I mean, it is a need. I think we can, I don't think there's a question that it is a need for this. I would like to up the amount of times that they could do it. Because if I think there's maybe 5 groups that have been identified, that would, you know, that's going to be a shortfall. And the people, I mean, these are hard times and the people do need to eat. So I would like to have a discussion about the amount of times Memorial Park, Howard Park, and Northwest Park. Those are the 3 that we're talking about. And I know down near Howard Park, Patrick is doing an amazing job. And Patrick does it, you know, Patrick, he does it at his own space. So that doesn't really count. But I would just like to enter into that's really the only thing that I want to talk about here, because I do think it would be helpful to folks to open it up a little bit more, more opportunities for groups to come. So I don't have a number. I'm thinking maybe 12, but I'll hear from everybody else. Mr. Segridge.
We have a number of services and places here that conduct social services outreach quite often, and they're equipped to do so. They are equipped with the facilities, the location, the sanitation, the staff, offering more than just feeding services and so on. We have a lot of those within the city. So you know, there were 5 identified on one particular piece of documentation, but we do know that there's more organizations coming into the city. I don't like the 2 number. You know, Sarah suggested 4. I had suggested 3 as a compromise to that. It sounds like you want to go higher. I would be okay with 4. And that's where I am specifically on the number. I have other comments on this ordinance in general, but for the number, that's where I'm at.
Okay, Mr. McBoy.
I remember comments I have started.
I'm sorry, could you turn on your mic, please?
Thank you for the reminder. And I have a number of questions and comments. I'd like to start with some clarifying questions. Under the ordinance as it's written.
I'm sorry.
Did we finish the number conversation?
Well, I think.
All right, yeah, that's, I mean, we can pursue that for a second. All right, so let's talk about the number first. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you turn your mic on, Commissioner?
Well,
I would like to hear and finish the number conversation because the mayor originally brought that up. I think I'd like to hear from the other commissioners before we jump to another topic.
Fair enough. Mr. McCoy with the number?
Yep, 24, and I'm willing to compromise between 24 and 4 at 20.
Okay, Ms. May?
I'm still at 3.
No, we procedurally, excuse me. Procedurally. We have a tie vote, fails, correct? Right. And if it fails, what do we do? Thank you.
So if you have a motion that fails, you can make another motion until you can get one that passes.
I wonder if we just have a tie forever.
You can continue this hearing to a later date when you have.
Because without Sarah, and we only have 4 here, and I think that this might be a problem. Either way.
Madam City Attorney and Madam Mayor, I believe in the case of a 2-2 tie, it would come back to the next meeting.
Okay, that's not,
My recollection, I could be wrong, but I think I'm right.
I think our attorney is checking.
if I might, Mayor, while she's checking, I don't think it would interrupt her checking.
Yep.
I appreciate that you wanted to steer the discussion to the number of times that any given organization is allowed to do it. And I really appreciate the logic behind that, because I'm sure that it is driven by the need in the community, and that you've calculated out the need in the community and worked backwards to get to 4 as the allowable number. I say this obviously with tongue in cheek, and I hold up my sarcasm hat. Why not just be honest? And as some of the members of the public have pointed out repeatedly, this whole ordinance is just trying to make some people not have to see something. I mean, there's language in there that says a special event inhibits the usual flow of pedestrian vehicle traffic or substantially preempts the use of a public area. Okay, so the park is, I'm going to say, I don't know, 10 acres, Bryant Park. If any of these food sharing things, it would be amazing if it used up an acre. I suspect it's more like a 20th of an acre. So if my 10-acre number is right, is that preempting, where'd the language go here? Substantially preempting the use of a public area by the general public? Well, I would agree that probably there are some people in our community who, if they saw somebody sharing food with the homeless, they would say, I can't use the park. But that is a choice on that person's part. It is not that the food sharing is somehow making it impossible to use the park. And I personally, I think I reported at the last meeting that I saw the pavilion being filled with well more than 25 people who were dealing with narcotics addiction. Some people might not want to see that. And there was a homeschool group from various places around the county, maybe 50 feet away. I talked to them. I asked, have you ever had any interactions that were a problem for your kids or for the mothers or anything? And they said no. The perception of substantially inhibiting the flow or substantially preempting the use, these are legal schmeagle stuff to hide that you just don't want these people visible. And that you don't have it in your heart to say, you know what? Sharing some food for some people who need some food in a nice park is okay. It's not going to kill any of us. It doesn't doesn't pose a serious public safety. There's no risk that's inherently larger out of that than somebody having a birthday party that has 25 people and shares food at it, but they don't happen to be homeless. I have a real problem with trying to, move the discussion to some kind of irrelevant and quite arbitrary detail, and not dealing with some of the real issues that we had members of the public bringing up. And that's where I'd like my clarifying question. 2 of them. If I want to have a birthday party at Bryant Park, do I have to do it only by reserving a pavilion, or can I just show up with my buds? And at what point is it going to be a special event? Because the special event definition says which attracts, I have a lot of buds, is intended to attract, I really want them to come, or is likely to attract. Well, I don't have a friggin' clue how many it's likely to attract if I put my invitation out. How am I supposed to know that in advance? This is poorly written legal stuff.
Thank you.
No, I'm not done with my questions.
Well,
So
I'm waiting.
I have the floor.
Excuse me.
That was a question, so I need an answer to that one. No, I have.
Do we have it? Not until I say you do. Do you have an answer to the question?
To Commissioner McCoy's question?
No, to the,
On the
yeah.
Yes, the clerk was correct. A tie vote shall constitute a continuance to the next regular meeting. However, since this is a public hearing, we would need to actually have a motion to continue it to the date and time certain.
Okay, thank you.
Now could I get an answer to my question?
Yeah, and keep an eye on the time, please. The clerk is keeping time.
Stewart Sword Leisure Services. So there's really two components to the question. In terms of reserving a pavilion, you could reserve a pavilion with less than 25 if you want exclusive access to that.
That's not my question. Yeah.
Let him answer the
In terms of the scope and scale, I think we talked about it last meeting, 25 people would be 5 car loads, 7 or 8 golf carts, or 2 van loads. With that volume of traffic, there's been some planning and coordination, which in terms of the criteria here, the ask really falls not necessarily on leisure, the ask falls on public works. Do they have staff available to come and prep that, to clean that up and remove the trash? And that's really what this gets after. There's a lot of public works implications there.
Okay, let me restate my question because I wasn't clear, obviously. My read of the ordinance as it stands, as it's proposed for us to vote on, is that the only way I can have a birthday party of 25 or more is if I reserve a pavilion. Is that correct or incorrect? What if I don't have any particular need for a pavilion? I just want to go hang out at the picnic tables and invite my 25 buds or 26.
It really depends if, we do a lot of calendar deconfliction in leisure services. So oftentimes we see venues that are double booked. So if you were wanting to do an event in a pavilion that is a rentable space based off the fee schedule, it would be wise to reserve that venue. You may show up and find out someone else has rented it.
I don't want to use a pavilion.
Yeah,
there are picnic tables. I need an answer to my question because people in the community have come and asked, and they say, "Hey, it's nice weather. It's Friday night. I've met a bunch of friends who want to go down there. We don't need a pavilion. There's picnic tables. People can sit on the grass, on a blanket, whatever. Can we do that?
Yes.
Yeah. If we're more than 25?
We would use an educate, warn, enforce approach. So there's going to be an education component to this in terms of how we disseminate information across the community. But like I said, like 5 vehicles, 7 or 8 golf carts, or 2 vans.
Forget the vehicles. Maybe they all walk. Maybe they come on a bicycle. It's not an issue. It's 25, the number. 26, 27 show up, and they are going to get a cease and desist, educate, enforce, whatever. And the next time they come for the next nice day, they're going to get misdemeanor citations. Our residents, our citizens of our community, that is what we are voting on, unless somebody tells me that my interpretation is wrong. It will be classified post facto as a special event, even though it was Mr. Waleski or whoever calling up his buds or sending out a Facebook or sending out a WhatsApp and saying, "Hey, it's nice weather. Bring your picnic. Let's gather." And now they're in danger of getting told, enforced, and whatever that phrase is, or the next time around, now they're in danger of getting a misdemeanor, a criminal offense for using our public parks, for the offense of having more than 25 friends. This is nutty. And it also is legally risky that it's going to get us into trouble.
Thank you.
The enforcement procedure, the primary enforcement procedure after education and warning would be through a civil citation. And you all, I think right now the civil citation for violations of this chapter are $50. So, you all can change that. I think we have that coming before you all at some point for some other changes. So it's civil citation. The sheriff's office does have enforcement ability through arrest, through ordinance violation, which is a misdemeanor. That is unlikely to be used, as I said to you in my email. And the civil citation is the primary method of enforcement.
And unlikely to be used, is that a legal status?
We don't sarcasm, Mr. Boy. Okay, Mr. Segrich has his light on.
Motion to extend past 10 o'clock.
Do I have a second?
To extend to 10:30.
10:30, okay, Mr. McBoy, second it.
I'm
Yes,
sorry to interrupt,
go ahead.
but can we just do a motion to extend till 11 and hopefully end at 10:30?
Okay with me. I amend my second.
Do you amend your first?
Amend my motion to extend to 11.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So just a couple of comments. I'll try to keep it really quick. To call some of these things legal schmiegel is rather ignorant. Most of these definitions actually
Madam Clerk, please keep
come-
track of the time now.
they come from the Supreme Court. And they actually clearly define what non-expressive, what expressive behavior is, what non-exclusive expressive behavior is. And there's a lot of case law that clearly outlines this, and it's utilized in ordinances throughout Florida, throughout the country. And that is the language that we have here. So, I find it either it's out of ignorance and just not knowing that these are real legal terms used throughout the country and the Supreme Court, or you're just being rude to our staff who took a lot of time to research and make sure it aligns. But instead of insulting people, I do want to touch on some of the actual particulars of this ordinance. Getting back to the number, I hear Commissioner May saying she's stopped at 3. I would ask her to reconsider to 4. I do know Commissioner Malega had said 4. I do believe if we have a 2-2 tie, this would get continued and the number would end up at 4. So, Madam Mayor, I would ask you to consider that just on staff resources and everything, given where that number most likely will fall, depending on what Commissioner Malega has said in the past. But I do have some.
Can I say that I'll be okay with that?
Okay.
That's the sticking point, because 4 times 3 is 12. That doesn't make sense.
I would ask everyone to look at line 78. And my following comments have to do with the 3 definitions. And I just want to change them to create clarity. So I'll start with the stuff that I think is more important. There's some holes in these definitions where I believe things will fall through the cracks. For example, I could have an event. I want to do a block party, and I'm only going to have 15 people, but I want to close that street. That actually doesn't meet any of our definitions. So if we go down on line 81 for the high impact event, expecting 100 to 500 people, that requires partial road closures, I would say, or requires partial road closures. And then further on down, after lane shifts, or involves multiple city departments. And it would be the same comment for the following definition. And/or is kind of implied with it. So it could either say or, but I definitely think there needs to be an or there to address those situations of, I want to have a block party, but I don't want to invite a lot of people. Unlike Mr. McVoy, I don't like having a lot of friends over. I have no friends. But so I think we need to change that so that we don't have things falling through the cracks, because I can really easily come up with a number of examples that fall through the cracks if we don't have that or in there.
Where do you want to put an or?
So line 81, event expecting 101 to 500 people, insert or right there. So, or it could be 101 people and/or that requires partial road closures or lane shifts, and/or involves multiple city departments and may include vendors and amplified sound stages or parade components.
Well, okay, what would happen? So if you say we're a block party for 15 people, you want to close the street off, that would then be considered a high impact event.
Right.
Which needs a permit.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw something out, and it may just crash and burn, but we came up with a number. We came up with different numbers for this, and the special event started out with 20. It's 25 to 100. I'm going to suggest And again, shoot me if you want to. And you may, but I'm gonna, see, because 25 is a fairly arbitrary number. I'm gonna suggest that if we change, I'd be fine with the smaller amount of numbers if we change 25 to say 40. It's 15 more people. I think it's more realistic, to have it. They would, be limited then to the 4, the 4 at each, 4 per year for each venue. But I think that might solve a problem because we're talking about the difference between 25 and 40 people, it's 15 people.
Before jumping to that, can we address the?
Yeah.
And sure.
And I have no problem with what you said.
So the and or.
Yeah.
Commissioner May, do you have a problem with that? Commissioner McBoy, do you have a problem with the and or?
I have a question. Because the concept doesn't seem unreasonable and because those are very substantive things, something that requires a partial road closure, that definitely affects the community and probably ought to get some sort of permit for that. Okay. Fairly regularly, there are one or another form of gatherings in front of City Hall, vigils, protests, whatever. I don't really count the number of people, but I think a lot of them would fit in the 25 to 100. The city itself puts up amplification for some of those. So with your oars, would a gathering in front of City Hall now be a high impact event that then needs some sort of permit? And I suspect that would run very quickly into First Amendment problems because a lot of the gatherings in front of City Hall are definitely freedom of speech type events. And so I would be cautious about the amplified sound because, if you have that many people and you're right next to a road, you probably want some amplified sound so people can hear it. And I don't know that you want to be in a situation where you're now making freedom of expression events.
I did research, specifically that. And I had discussions with the city attorney on that. And really what you're talking about is expressive behavior. And there's this concept of non-exclusive expressive behavior and expressive behavior. And the courts clearly support that expressive behavior can be regulated, but it has very specifics. And I believe one of the new whereases that we put in there, in First Amendment implications and expressive behavior, talking about you can regulate the location and frequency because these are public property of the city. So I don't.
Property of the residents, I would point out. Okay. Not of the city.
The residents own the city. And however you want to word it, Mr. McBoy, it is a property that we do have the right to regulate. So I hear your concern about it. And that was my primary concern with making sure that all events that we're discussing fall into a category of some sort and there's no ambiguity there. So it sounds like we have agreement on adding the and/ors to those two definitions. And I hear your concern. The other was that when reading it, and even the last time, going through the definitions, I tried to put myself in the shoes of a resident who doesn't read through this stuff all the time, trying to understand what's going on in terms of these definitions. And I think, at least for me, by calling something a community neighborhood event and the next one high impact and the next one large festival, it kind of creates an air of confusion. I would rather see that be low impact, medium impact, high impact. Because we might have someone who isn't a member of the Lake Worth community or neighborhood that wants to come into Lake Worth and have one of these events. Maybe a group from Boynton Beach wants to come in and do an event. And to call it a community neighborhood event, they're not necessarily part of that, right? But it is a low impact event. So I didn't know if there was any appetite for just changing those to low impact, medium impact, and high impact.
I agree with that logic.
Okay.
Yeah, the logic makes sense. Does it matter? Does it change it legally? Madam Attorney?
It doesn't change it legally. We'll just need to make sure we change those in all the places they're referenced.
Okay, thank you. I agree with that. We can go with that.
Okay. So, those were all of my comments. So it sounds like we're in mostly agreement with that. But coming back to address, Mayor, your concern about the number of people. You know, I really think we stick to 4 and the 25. We have the opportunity, you know, it's not set in stone. We have the opportunity to measure and see if there are unintended consequences. You know, I had other things that I had wanted, you know, myself personally, and I talked to the city attorney about this. I did not like that we expressly called out food sharing. I preferred a broader definition of the types of events based on specifically their impacts. And with an ordinance that's as large as this, at some point we have to take the first step, and we can readjust and correct for things as we go on. My one question to the attorney would be, if for, let's say, we couldn't come to agreement on that number, you know, would it be better to continue it to the next meeting, or to pass it but drop section F, which seems to be the section of contention? But I think section F actually is what grants, that basically says, here's where we're allowing these things, and that's a necessary part of this. Would that be accurate?
So I think that's completely up to you all, is how you want to move forward with that. If the 4 of you can't agree on a number of food sharing events per year. The section F does specifically regulate food sharing events. If you did not have that section, they would fall under the ordinance just the same as any other special event, and there wouldn't be a specific number or specific locations. They would just be the same as any other event.
Okay.
So they would need, if we did that, when you go back to the definitions, they would need a permit for each time they're going to do it.
They will regardless.
I'm sorry?
They would regardless.
They would, right.
So you could, so what you're saying is sorry.
I was just going to say, you know, I don't want to put words in Commissioner Malega's mouth, but it was her suggestion to move to 4, and we've already moved this past 1 reading. If we do continue, I do think it will pass. I'd rather not put it through the cycle again, but I do understand, Mayor, your contention with it. So
Yeah, I was with 4 the last time, but I really thought about it. And I would think either we, I think we have to be a little more sensitive to the needs of the community. I think if we limit it to those 3 parks and make it 40 people.
There's no limit of the people at those events.
Well, there are, I mean,
No,
25 to 40.
no, not.
it's
at
just
the
to
food share
require a
event.
permit.
No, I'm talking about the permits in general. You know, community neighborhood event, which we're gonna call it medium. Would be then, I would just change that from 25 to 40 to 100. That's, and I know you're not in agreement with that, but I do feel that we need to be a little more sensitive to the, you know, there are certainly a lot of community agencies, but there's not the kind of thing where they can eat every day. You know, I'm a former social worker, and I can make a referral to a, you know, counseling service, and next Thursday you can get an appointment. Maybe you'll get some bus tickets or something. But I think in terms of, you know, the basic thing, I don't think given the situation that people find themselves in, I think we need to be a little more sensitive to the needs of what's going on. And yes, you might be absolutely right. I might lose on this point, but I also feel that it's something that.
But there are other facilities available for these groups to partner up with and continue to do daily action. And I've spoken to many of them, and they're pretty much waiting with open arms.
Who'd you talk to?
Common Ground, Arms of
Which they
Hope.
already use, they're already there.
Yes, but I mean,
And where else?
there's Common Grounds, there's Arms of Hope,
Which
there's,
is also still, I mean, they're also serving the population that they serve.
okay.
So
There's,
anything that's not, as you're talking about, that's not.
there's other
currently
churches,
out-
there's,
You've spoken with any of them.
I spoke to the World Church. They're willing to,
Which one?
the World Church, the large one down by Wells Fargo. They're interested in doing more community outreach, and
Oh, okay.
it's the gigantic church with the,
Yeah, no, I
with the
know.
humongous
The
parking lot.
the ski slope.
You know,
Mm.
there are outlets for it. I mean, but I guess if that's going to be a digging in point, is it better for us to just continue it and then have this conversation again, or on the points that we agree, pass something and remove that one section that we're digging in on? Because there's so much more to this than section F. There's a huge need for regulation in our parks. Commissioner Malega has stories of the futsal court getting destroyed by large groups of people. We have the pickleball court with impromptu tournaments kicking normal residents out. You know, this is not just about food sharing. And that was one of my biggest contentions about it. It was that we did single that out. It's not just about that. The number 25, that's a significant number of people. I think we start with that and then see if we need to extend it versus
Well, we
the
know
other way
that more than
around.
25 people are showing up to food sharing.
But it's also neighborhood events. And I've talked to the neighborhood associations that are in my district, and they understand that, yeah, they would have to permit these events, and they
But they're
get it.
not doing it every day. They're not doing it. That's the difference. If, you know, we have mac and cheese and with wonderful.
But the frequency the frequency of the event doesn't lessen the impact.
I think it does. I think once a year or
If you
twice a year,
if you do something
if I
every
finish-
day, it's probably more impactful than once a
and I'm
year.
not suggesting every day, and I'm not suggesting that they wouldn't need a permit, but I'm just suggesting that I think this goes a little too far with the needs that the community has at this point. I know it's unpopular. I know you don't agree with it.
Well,
Call me an old liberal, but I mean.
no,
that's-
I mean, I'm not
you know,
gonna
I
call
just-
not gonna call you names, but
I know.
you're saying you're saying that doing an event every day is less of an impact
I'm
than
not saying that.
that's what you
I
should.
did not say that. I did not say that.
So if you are doing it every day, then it's more of an impact. That's even
Right,
more of
what
an
I'm saying.
argument for having a smaller number.
Could I
I'm-
at some point jump in?
Yes, you can at some point jump in, and I will let you know when that is.
Okay.
I'm
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I want to give you like a 5-minute warning, but I don't find a way to jump in when everybody's talking. So
Okay.
we're at 1:08.
All right, so what's the last thing you said?
We're at 1:08.
For. Okay, no,
Can we extend it? Motion to extend?
well, we went to 11.
No, so we don't go to a workshop.
Oh, to the workshop thing. Yeah, can we?
Motion to not go to a workshop.
Okay,
Second.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Miss May has not spoken yet.
No, I haven't. I think that we are. So I went to go to hear somebody speak today. It was Ken Griffin, and he was talking about, somebody asked him the question, what was one lesson that you learned and that you really helped shape who you are? And he said, sometimes you just need to make a decision. And you need to make that decision and go with that decision. And I feel like because no decision, especially something like this, it's not necessarily permanent, but we need to decide. We cannot do analysis paralysis and keep pushing this on. Now, if the only sticking point is letter F2, we can delete F2 where it says no more than 3 special permits, because then you have the food sharing in the 3 parks. We don't worry about the number right now. If it becomes excessive, we can come back and limit the number. But at this point, if we take out 1, 2 or F2, can we get an agreement to pass the rest of this?
Yeah.
Mr. Cyrus?
Did you,
Well-
Claire Mayor, at one point you had proposed just taking out all of F?
No, I don't want all of F. I only want to take out F2,
Which
the
is the
number
limit-
of food
the limit.
shares
Well,
per
right.
Well,
location.
Betty
per
was
year.
at 12, right?
So I'm fine with.
You were at 12?
I was at 12.
Let's try 12.
Well, why?
Or if we take, I agree with Miss May, if we take it out and find that there's a problem.
They have to pay for a permit every time they do it
I
anyway.
understand that.
So we'll let them pay and do it every time.
We were.
Wait, the attorney just said that they have to pay for a permit every time they do this.
No, it's considered expressive behavior.
Folks,
Okay, so then the limit does need to be put in there. I thought it had to be permanent every time. But I still don't think, even if we take it off, it doesn't matter because you're talking about 3 parks. Let's see what happens.
well, we know what's gonna happen.
What's gonna happen?
People are not gonna get the food that they might need.
No, if you don't limit anything, you're saying that they're not gonna get the food they need.
No, if we don't limit it, no, I'm saying if we don't limit it.
Well, let's see what happens and we can always come back and modify it, right? So why don't we take off 2F? Let's not make any decisions for 12, 100, who cares?
I agree with
Let's
that.
do that and see what happens.
I'm fine with
And
that.
if it becomes excessive,
We'll figure it out.
it's excessive. If it isn't, then we won't worry about it.
Okay,
I mean,
I'd
sometimes
rather
these
have a
things
number
sometimes
than-
these things take care of themselves.
they do. And I don't know they were gonna be standing, watching, counting people at every event.
Well, I'm sure neighbors will tell us if it's a problem in the community. If it
Okay,
isn't,
we'll
then
wrap
great,
this up.
people are eating.
Yeah.
We want
And
people to eat.
up afterwards. And yeah, okay, Mr. McFoy, then Mr. Segrich, Ms. Mayor, you done? I agree with you. I would vote for that tomorrow, right now.
I mean, yeah, I think we should definitely call the question soon because we could analyze this
It
forever.
would be without
That's a
that.
new word.
It would be without F2.
And
It would have to be.
I
amended.
can't change it because he made the motion, I believe. So Mr. Segrich would have to either withdraw his motion and I can change it, or he would have to amend it.
I would like to have a number in there, and then I would like to stick with Betty's first suggested number. Stick with 12.
Fine. It doesn't
So,
matter. I mean,
I'm sorry, Commissioner, may I have it? You made the motion and Commissioner Segrich was a seconder.
I have Seg 1 May 2. Oh, I'm not looking at the right one. I'm sorry.
Yes, you made the motion, Commissioner
didn't
Segrich
I?
made the second, and as long as we briefly stopped, was the motion before Commissioner Segrich to not go to a workshop on this item? That was your motion?
Yes,
And who seconded that?
I believe.
Might have been.
Mr.
McVoy.
I think me, McVoy.
Okay, and was there a vote?
No.
I don't think so.
I think there was.
Okay, so all right,
So all in favor of
Aye.
not going to workshop?
Aye.
all right, so let's modify this thing. Let's go with the and/ors.
Yep.
Okay, and was there something else besides the and/ors? Oh, and the low, medium, high impact, and let's limit the food shares to 12 special event permits per place per.
I agree to the amendment.
And could we take out the amplified sound to address the concern in front of City Hall?
I don't.
I'm fine with
No,
the
I'm not
other
gonna take that
ors.
I
think we're gonna
it
get in
says
trouble.
may.
It says and/or, so I think it's fine.
We have a motion.
We have a second.
We have a second. All in favor of
Aye.
the changes?
Aye.
We're done.
Mr. McVoy?
I'm gonna go with a no, because I still am concerned about the whole thing, but
So
I
it's
do
3 to.
appreciate the movement toward that.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
mean-
line 157 will now read no more than 12 special events for food
Wait.
sharing.
I thought we didn't.
Took it out? You took it out?
No, no, we didn't take it out. We made it 12.
Oh, well, then I'm definitely a no.
Okay.
Fine. All right, well, no.
I thought you had said
All right,
no.
no, we went to 12. Okay, we have a vote. We have.
All right, let's do a B.
One more thing. Ordinance number 25-17.
Stewart.
Second reading, please read by title.
This is ordinance 2025-17, an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 6 environmental regulations, section 23.6-1 landscape regulations, paragraph M7C7 and subsections P and Q related to fee in lieu of replacement of trees, penalties for tree abuse and removal without a permit, and appeals, and providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I see Mr. McBoy's legs on. Do you, there's no cards for this? Oh, there's. a
There's
card for
one.
this, okay. Okay, come on up, Mr. Richter.
Greg Richter, 1202 South Palmway. I'm against the adding these fines for the tree abuse and the removal of trees right now. We need to educate people, not punish them. This is, I took this around when I saw this come up for first reading. I missed this meeting. But I'm talking, they have no idea, nobody has any idea what hat racking is, what is tree abuse. I mean, we have contractors out here coming into our city, and they're people are paying good money for the, I think she's against my anyway, hat racking going on, but good licensed contractors. There's just too much. There's not enough information out there for people to deal with this, and just creating another pile of pink sheets out here in the hallway, and that's what I'm afraid of. And I'm getting a little tired of this perception of the city versus the citizens. And this is just another step in that direction. I think if we work together, we got a great tree board, landscape board. They can, work with them, put information out there, not punishment. And the other thing, I would, just as a sidebar, you have a lot of these cherry picker trucks that do a lot of cleanup in the park, but all the other pickups, you have Davy contracting, up and down streets on the power lines. Why not offer a service to residents if they need cherry picking to clean up a tree? Have the city, we'll pay you. I mean, it'd be revenue for the city, but let's put that to use.
She's not, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, really quick, just because it might stem something. I just wanted to make a comment quick because it might stem some of the public comment. This is actually a reduction in the fines. These fines already exist, and they were actually much larger. So you would have to pay kind of double. And yeah, believe me, yeah.
And I'm just going to also make a comment along those lines. Public information is the one thing that I think that we have got to greatly improve on in everything, including code enforcement, what we expect from a landlord, what we expect from a tenant. And I certainly hope that we can continue to work on that. Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. I do agree with some of the concerns that Mr. Richter has raised. One, I think being concerned as a commission about a dynamic of city versus residents, that's not really a very good dynamic to be out there, and we should make efforts to reduce that. One of the things that I've recommended to the city manager at various times, and maybe I've never said it here, I don't know, but I would like for many of the things that we have regulations of what people can do in the city, that there be sort of a little preamble section that says, look, the reason that we have feelings and regulations about, let's say, ground cover, surface cover, is because we live in a very sandy area. We have slope. One of the reasons we have slopes. If you don't have the right kind of ground covers on it, you are going to increase sand getting in our storm drains, and that just costs us all problems with drainage and expense cleaning it out. Another reason is we get some of our water locally, and you want to have as much infiltration as possible. So if we gave a little explanation of why we do certain things, I think that could help with that dynamic. On the tree thing, the yardstick that I use in thinking about whatever we do with trees, and I do agree with the concern also of we need to educate both landowners and contractors. I would love to have a program that anybody who does tree work in the city has to get some sort of license or something that involves a bit of training. What is hat racking? Why can you not do that? What is in our ordinance that says you can and can't do? So that the burden is not only on landowners, but also on the people doing the work, if it's not the owner. The yardstick that I would use on this is, do we collectively, as a community, as a board, feel that we have a dynamite, first-rate, excellent tree canopy in our city? I think the answer for most people would be no, we don't. And I think the data would clearly back that up. If we don't, I think it's been frequently expressed that we would like to have more trees, not less. So my yardstick is, as we consider different legislation, is this going to go in the direction of we wind up with more tree canopy, or is it going to go in the direction we wind up with less tree canopy? I have to think that this is going to go in the direction of less, so I do not support it for that reason.
Thank you. Yeah, I think in terms of, educating people, I've always thought we should have like a whole course that landlords have to take in order to be a landlord. Mr. Segward? We do have one public comment. Let's just do that quick. Ms. Powell?
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. I am on the tree board, but I'm not speaking here on behalf of the tree board, just myself. But I will say that something that was not in the backup still, again, is that the tree board voted 4-0 to not support the reduction in penalties. But I think we all felt that some reduction was probably in order. No reduction is out of the question. I think for the reason that Commissioner McVoy suggested is that the whole idea is to increase our tree canopy. I think, yes, I'd like to do more education. We have a brochure that we worked on for 2 years and it's still not out there. I don't think the fault is in our court. There's, Dave left. We haven't been able to get a horticulturist on board. So that brochure is, I think, somewhere in the process. I just think that if you reduce the penalties too much, we're going to see wholesale cutting of trees down. And I don't have the numbers right in front, but I think the cutoff for $250 was up to a 12-inch tree. That's a pretty good sized tree. So I don't agree with what's in this permit or this ordinance. I think once again, the people that can, I'm not saying that they should just be fined because they can afford it, but I think, again, it's less regulation on the people who perhaps need it the most. And your previous conversation or discussion was, trying to put regulation on people who were, trying to food share. I just think that the difference in that is just shocking. Same for taking away artificial turf. I mentioned before, taking away regulations on short-term rentals. So
Thank you. That's
I don't
time.
think it's a bad thing to have some penalties, and I think these penalties are too low. Thank you.
I tend to agree with you, but Mr. Segridge.
So just to clarify, the penalty for cutting down a 12-inch tree would be the $250 base rate plus almost $2,000. So it'd be $2,290 because you calculate it at the, you multiply $170 times the 12-inch width. The issue was before we did that twice. So it was like $5,000 to do that. And then just because it came up a couple of times about artificial turf and STRs, the state preempted both of those items. So, it keeps coming up again and again. Those items have actually been preempted by the state, and no matter what I believe about them, it's the state law that regulates that. So
The state works harder and harder to take our, any limitation, anything they're looking at very closely, and we have to be really careful. We talk about the tree canopy and that it's not adequate. Those of us that were here in 1967, I sort of laugh because I was here in 1967. Everybody just had a couple palm trees. A lot of yards were concrete. A lot of yards were just stone. I think we've come a long way in a positive way with the tree canopy that we have now. If you look around the city, the trees that you see are not old growth forests. They weren't here 50 years ago. They're fairly new. I have my trees in my house, which are crazy big. My house was built in 41 and they're gigantic. So from my perspective, is we're actually doing better than we were doing 50 years ago with our tree canopy, but not a lot of us remember that. Ms. May.
I'd like to call the question.
I forget if it's open to debate or not, but all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nate?
Mr. McBoy is a nay.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but when you call the question, we need a second and a vote.
Oh, okay. Is there a second for calling the question?
Second.
All in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Aye. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye, nay. Okay. All right, so here we go. Commission liaison reports and comments. Let's start with two, because one's not here.
No, let's start with one. One comes before two. It was mentioned in public comment that we recently had, I believe it was something like 30 people who all made thoughtful, detailed comments, provided suggestions on what a special meeting on immigration in Lake Worth might look like. Multiple groups have sent suggestions of things that could be considered. No action was taken, and I was instructed to come up with a program for a special meeting. I believe that's a first that we instruct a commission member to do that, but that's fine. I was away at a conference, so I was not able to contact all the people. My thoughts on where I would go with that is that I think a special meeting on immigration would be most productive and useful if we had some presentations of factual, as best as we can determine, information to start it off, and then we have some considerations of what our options might be to do anything. So assuming that that fits within the realms of what I've been instructed, that's what I'll come back with. I'll try to get that to the commission by email before the end of the week, if possible. The Everglades Coalition meeting was very interesting. This is 60 organizations. This was their 41st annual meeting. They've been doing it a long time to try and keep support, and both financially and direction to the agencies, to keep Everglades restoration moving forward. And interestingly, there was quite a bit of support. People traditionally have complained about the Corps of Engineers. They're good, but they're slow. They are very slow. And there's been a move out of a federal involvement in Everglades restoration, move it all to the state of Florida. Interestingly, despite the concerns over the years of the Corps, there was quite a bit of feeling like, yeah, that's actually not such a good idea. It would be better to keep both the federal and state involvement in. It does give some different perspectives, some balance on approaches and things like that. I thought that was interesting to hear. Unfortunately, because the coalition thought that, or felt, I'm not part of the board of that coalition, but that board felt that the detention center on the old Jetport site, the Dade Collier Training and Transition Airport at the west end of the Everglades, or in the Big Cypress, they felt that that was very much related to Everglades restoration. It's surrounded by the Western Everglades Restoration Project, WERP. And because they had a panel on that, and because well, who knows whether it played a role, because Friends of the Everglades was one of the organizations that participated in the lawsuit against that on environmental grounds, that they didn't follow NEPA, National Environmental Protection Act. The federal and state agencies boycotted. I guess Governor DeSantis told him, you can't go. And so normally it's a very interesting mix of agency folks, professional folks, and environmental advocacy folks. This time none of the state and federal people was there, although there was a very interesting person from Martin County who was inspired. And I did receive the public servant award. So
The that work that you do is great, and congratulations on being recognized. District 3.
Thank you. Seems like we were just here giving an update. I did go to the For the Children Impact 100 grant presentation today, and with the mayor, and well, I didn't know you were going, but
I didn't know you were going.
yeah. So, but that was good, and I really hope that they get the help that they need, because what they're doing with the overall wraparound services for the families is so important. We are getting lots of updates from the state. I think it probably would behoove me to put it on my Facebook pages so that there's a link so everybody can follow the bills that they want to follow. So I'm going to do that. If you're interested in what's happening with, with the building permits, and, how the state, there's a lot of stuff that the state is trying to do that would make it a lot harder for us to have oversight within the community. And there's some bills coming out that says something like, if you're building a planned development, right by a transit station, that the minimum properties, the minimum lot size could be 1,250 square feet. Like, that's tiny for the property. So there's going to be a lot of things coming up. So I'm going to start to put that out. So if you feel one way or the other, you can contact the state representatives and senators and let them know how you feel, or call me and I'll call them and let them know how you feel. And so that's where I am on that. And that's it.
Hey, Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So tomorrow, I'm having a town hall at the Beach Casino Complex from 6 to 9 plus, if we have more stuff to talk about. We'll be covering referendum items, doing open Q&A. It's open to all residents, all business owners, anyone that wants to come from all districts all over Lake Worth Beach. We did a town hall last week, and that video is circulating online. I thought it's on Facebook and YouTube and stuff.
6 o'clock?
6 to 9 p.m. Or later if people want to stay. But it was great. We had a good Q&A format, and everyone who had a question got to ask their questions, and people got to question each other. And I really wanted to thank everyone that attended, because in terms of meeting decorum, it was very smooth and everyone was very respectful of each other, even though we didn't all agree on what was being said. It was a great gathering, and I think people got a lot out of it. So hopefully having a repeat of that kind of a meeting tomorrow. Also going to be doing one February 25th at the golf course, also 6 to 9 p.m. for those that can't make tomorrow's. February 12th, we do have a charity event going on at the Bamboo Room, the Music and Arts charity organization that will benefit our schools, and really encourage people to look that up and participate in that. I think last year they raised over $30,000 for our schools to go towards their arts programs and music within the schools, which is amazing. It really enabled them to help build those programs. It also enables them to take funds and utilize that elsewhere if they don't have to spend it on their arts programs. February 13th, we have music on the Ave. I think it's called Sunset on the Ave, from 5 to 6:30 p.m. at the Cultural Plaza. And our high school marching band is going to be there. They unfortunately had to miss an event earlier. This is another opportunity to come out and see them and support them. I would encourage everyone to do so. It's also, if you guys sitting at home watching or here, used to enjoy evenings on the Ave, this is really a test bed. We're hoping to gather some data, engage some interest. And so we really want to see a lot of people get out there. It's going to be really short, an hour and a half. There, but what? Yeah. So, there have been, some stuff floating around online about protesting it because Tesla might be there showing off some new technology. And I would really just ask people for one day in the town to put aside some of their national politic and whatever they may feel, and understand that this is a step towards bringing back some great events in the city. And if we constantly have vitriol and protests and people calling each other fascists and killers and that, we're not going to attract many sponsors for our larger events. Companies don't want to do that. And so I'm just asking for, if you like those kinds of events, great, come out, support it, and make your feedback known to your commissioners and to the Leisure Services Department, and they'll make adjustments. But it wasn't like we went out and specifically targeted. They were the only ones that answered the call. So that's that event. Immediately following that event, there's a J Street block party. So if you didn't get enough music at the Cultural Plaza, you can follow our marching band down to the Mardi Gras block party. They're going to be marching on the sidewalks, I believe. Yes, there's definitely permits for the block party. I was in a meeting with Stuart on that. But that should be a great time. Though that is a ticketed event, so you need to buy tickets, but I think they're like $10 or $15. But it will support future events.
It's on J Street.
J Street, yeah, by propaganda.
Lane first,
Yeah. And most of the businesses there are participating. They'll be the ones selling food and alcohol and benefiting from that. And yeah, that's pretty much the update from District 4.
And I mean, those, just to follow up, those high school kids, and I don't know if I'm going to be here because I'm going to be coming back from a conference, so I hope I'm going to try to make it. I would, and it's interesting because they're the people that go, I'm not going to go because of Tesla. I've not seen those people, and I would like to see more people in our hearing range. These kids work so hard. These kids are from mostly very impoverished families. It's something that they work on. It's a cultural, wonderful thing for them to do, and nobody goes to their concerts. And so the fact that there are folks out there that want to essentially punish those children by not attending because there's going to be a Tesla car there, I would ask them respectfully to rethink their position on that one. Our kids work so hard. A couple things, not too much. We had the 100th anniversary of the golf course the other day, the opening of that, and it was a great event. It was wonderful. A lot of people were there. And there's every month they're going by the decades and through the golf course history. So there's going to be an event every month. When we were up in Tallahassee, we were given a meeting with Dave Kerner and his corporal and his assistant corporal, and it was a good meeting. Colonel, sorry. It was a good meeting. I mean, they're, I think, on some levels as frustrated as we are because they are trained law enforcement officers that have protocols and training, and they have a list of, if the only people they're going to go after are people that have gone through the process and been rejected for citizenship, and there's an open order of deportation, and criminals. And that was the original cause of all this, was get rid of people that have already been through the system and get through criminals. And it's been expanded. And I think that's frustrating for a lot of actual law enforcement sworn police officers with the amount of training that they need. So we're doing our best. And one thing that he asked us to do in terms of what can we do is, again, it's like spitting in the wind, but contacting our federal officers and just saying, listen, please stick to the original plan of people that have gone, don't take people that are playing by the rules, that are, in the process, don't yank them off of that. Go back to the original plan. And I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. So I will be working on that. We have a lot of we hear a lot of empty storefronts downtown, and it is clear that the citizens of Lake Worth cannot support all those little businesses. Small retail is the hardest thing to do. So when we talk about, what we need to open those stores again are people on vacation with their credit cards and vacation money. And I'll say it again, I'm developing a relationship with the Palm Beach Civic Association. And I've gone to a few of their meetings and I respect them because those are the people that are keeping our restaurants open. They're the ones that are coming here. And, if there was more back and forth and if we need people on vacation coming to the city with their credit cards. And hopefully the Gulf Stream will do that. Hopefully there will be more things to draw tourists down to our city. And it doesn't need to change the nature of our city. God knows I live in a tiny little cottage. Thank you to the electric company and to the linemen, and to the people that came. I think we need to sort of formally thank them for that, because really, we went through a really hard time and it was seamless. They were working hard as we were sitting in our homes with heat. So I don't have too much else than that. I'm going to Ocala next week to a Florida Mayor's Convention or conference. And that's about it. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I wanted to thank all of you for allowing our elected utility director to give that presentation tonight. I sent that out on Sunday. Again, I think it was a good reminder that sometimes we think emergency management kind of only applies to hurricanes down here, but it was a rare situation, and I think it was a good time to kind of pull the curtain back so people understood what went along with.
And plus, we sent linemen up to South Carolina, I believe.
Correct.
So I want to thank them for doing that as well.
Yeah, it's part of our the mutual aid that we're a part of. I know Ed heard from me way too much on Sunday, more than he probably wanted to, but it was a lot of conversation, a lot of staff work over the weekend. So wanted to thank you guys for that. Just a reminder, on the February 17th meeting, we are going to have an update on the downtown garage, the proposed garage project for downtown. So that'll be on the 17th meeting. Per tonight's meeting, we're also adding a presentation on the 1900 Second Avenue North project. So that'll be on the 17th meeting as well. We had our budget kickoff for FY27 last Thursday. Kind of went over everything with staff and did our whole 2-hour thing. It's going to be a very interesting budget season with obviously some of the legislation being proposed up in Tallahassee on property taxes and everything. So it's going to be interesting as we roll through this budget. So we'll be releasing that calendar for all of you guys pretty soon here with dates and all that. Tomorrow, well, it's almost tomorrow morning right now. 8 o'clock we'll be up at the Palm Beach Leadership Summit, the breakfast in Riviera Beach, which is also the launch of the Invest Palm Beach, the 6th edition, which we are featured in. The city of Lake Worth Beach will be featured in that. And I saw William already sent out the an email to Barry for to send a link to all of you guys for the 1900 project, the permanent documents. It's a lot of information, so it's just gonna be a link, basically a Dropbox link, so you guys want to go in and open that up and look at all the permanent documents and all that other stuff. I apologize for that. I know it had been asked for. I guess I didn't follow up. It didn't come up again, so I assumed it's done, but I apologize for not checking up to make sure you guys all had that. So that email already went out, so you guys will probably get that tomorrow. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
I will send you all an email with more details tomorrow, but wanted to give you a heads up that we have received a new complaint for litigation today against the city. And it is a action for declaratory judgment and injunctive relief. So they're saying, court, we have an issue. We think that something is wrong. We need you to decide if it was wrong. And we need the city to stop. The city and the CRA are both defendants in the lawsuit. And it is related to the properties for the Wimoda site.
Okay. Who's the plaintiff? And this is state court, right?
Correct. The plaintiff is Lake Worth for All Inc.
Thank you.
So
That's a 6-month warning.
no, it is not a tort case.
Okay, so they don't have
So
to.
they do not have to do the 6-month warning. So
Okay. we'll be giving you more information via email tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Anything else? That's it. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
I'm very sorry, but when you make a motion in a second, can you speak into the mic? Because I have no idea who did that.
Yes, Ms. Boy did one, May
May
did
did the
two,
second.
everybody voted yes.
Thank you so much. Good night.